Welcome, everybody, to the Ojai City Council and Ojai Redevelopment Agency, successor agency, regular meeting, 7 p.m. or 7:09, January 27, 2015. Could I please have roll call?
Councilmember Clapp. Present. Councilmember Wyrick. Councilmember Haney.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz and Mayor Lara.
Here. And Councilmember Wyrick, could you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Clapp for some time she asked for.
Yes. I would like to make a correction and an apology to Carol Smith. I did say I felt marginalized, and I wanted to make that clear. So I apologize, Carol.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Moving on to our presentation, it is my honor to give a proclamation to the committee that made Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I want to say, I want to read the proclamation, but I also want to say I had the privilege to actually be on the first committee that did this, and to see how well these youth have really taken ownership of this day to put it on. I have to say, when I did it, we had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from adults, and I have to say this year it was basically them that put it on. So I first want to read the proclamation. The City of Ojai. Whereas the City of Ojai recognizes the contributions of Martin Luther King Jr. to create more just and equitable society and bring attention to the plight of those who have experienced the sting of discrimination. And whereas the City of Ojai holds a deep concern for all its citizens' well-being and recognizes the power of promoting freedom from biases and prejudices. And whereas our city will promote and support individual and community acts that cultivate respect and communication with people of all ages, races, religions, and cultures. And whereas we recognize the need to hold character and humanity in the highest regard, irrespective of our individual differences, thereby exemplifying and embodying the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that one day it shall be recognized that all men are created equally, and that every man and woman shall be inspired to fulfill their greatest potential. And whereas our community recognizes that we have the power collectively and as individuals to build a more inclusive and caring environment, acknowledging within each of us is the power to promote a vision of world peace, and therefore be it proclaimed that I, Severo Lara, Mayor of the City of Ojai, and on behalf of our Ojai City Council, do hereby proclaim and express our support for recognition of Martin Luther King Jr. Day on January 19, 2015, and encourage all citizens of Ojai to use this occasion to reflect on the contributions of Dr. King and his message of respect and equality and nonviolence. Thank you. And if you guys want to say a couple words or come up and
thank you so much for giving yep.
Well, very job well done. Thank you guys. And just for the record, if you guys could state your name.
Nicole. Stella.
Heta.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You could come up and receive the proclamation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Thanks. Oh, do you want the mayor? Thank you. Now to our public comments communication. Public comments is the time set aside during the meeting for members of the public to address the city council successor agency board on items of city business and other than scheduled agenda items. Matters raised at this time may be briefly discussed by the council board and will generally be referred to staff and or placed on the subsequent agenda. Under state law, other than the emergency items, no action can be taken. Persons wishing to address the council board are requested to fill out a speaker card prior to the council board reaching this point on the agenda. Comments must be limited to 3 minutes or less. Our first speaker's card is Mr. Daddy.
Good evening. I was here a couple weeks ago and I talked about agendized items posting, and I've subsequently gotten some more information. A little of the information I've got is that when we post in the newspaper, we go ahead and we run an ad and we say we're going to do certain things. That is posted 10 days prior to the meeting or the event that we're going to have. I'm requesting a sunshine type of a law like probably dozens of cities have, where the agenda is posted simultaneously to the notification. So I've looked up a couple of different cities, quite a number. Milpitas has got a nice one. And what it says is that we, the residents, need to have the information that needs to be posted. We need to have it in an open format. And while we have commissions and boards and council to do our business, we don't cede our right of knowledge to anyone. And so I would hope that is something that you could change. It doesn't seem to be a very big imposition. Again, we're trying to get the information so when you pick up the paper, you see that we're going to have a meeting. We should be able to go to the web that day and take a look at it instead of having it posted a number of days later. And with this transparency issue, I'm going to commend the council on your thoroughness and your, what do I want to say, openness on appointing commissioners, interviewing commissioners, board members that represent the people but work for the council to represent us. And with this, I'm going to ask you to revise and look at Ordinance 204, which was first introduced April of 1956 as city manager form of government. And then it was revised in 2001. If we're going to go ahead and have a full vetting of all of the commissioners, I would think that the residents, the citizens, need to have the council review all the department heads that are brought before and hired. I think you should have the right to interview. You should have the right to know who they are. I think we have some terrific ones. We have one I have no knowledge of. I just met last week. And I think we have a couple of terrific department heads. But what I see is that I was here 2 weeks ago looking at all of the stuff you've gone through the last 3, 4, 5 years with the commissions. And then I see that you were introduced to the next one of our department heads. And I think it's time to take a look at that old 56 rule. And I think it's time for us in a new era of transparency to have the people brought before you. I think the department heads should not be treated or hired differently than the two employees you have, which is the city attorney, which is open council discussion, and the city manager, which is open council discussion. So I'd like you to agendize that item and bring that up for review. Thank you.
Craig Walker, 1160 Lake Avenue. I came here tonight to support the protection of Ojai's cultural resources, but on Friday I read Larry Yee's guest editorial in the Ojai Valley News entitled, "Robert Frost probably wouldn't be happy with the Arbolada either." Mr. Yee's editorial calls attention to a growing problem, the proliferation of massive walls that are destroying the character and historic integrity of the Arbolada. These security walls are rapidly eroding the beauty of this neighborhood that Arbolada residents and Ojai citizens have enjoyed for nearly 100 years. Mr. Yee makes the case very eloquently. When Edward Libby, Ojai's early civic leader, made the original plans for the development of the Arbolada, he envisioned large open properties in a park-like setting, connected by beautiful tree and rock-lined paths, originally for horses but now are roads. This was the intent of the character and spirit of our neighborhood, and it's what has attracted people over the years and made the Arbolada that special place it is today. More and more, the fences of the Arbolada are becoming larger and more obtrusive, huge solid barriers that block the view and everything else. The attitude seems to be fear-based, a need for security and complete privacy, like a gated community in an urban area, rather than a rural country-like open space where neighbors know and appreciate one another. What I know Mr. Libby was trying to achieve earlier. Call me old, curmudgeonly, and longing for the good old days, but truthfully, I'm simply trying to maintain what was originally intended and the beauty and openness of a special neighborhood in Ojai. Those are Mr. Yee's words. I would like to suggest that the city explore the possibility to protect the Arbolada by creating an HPOZ, an Historic Preservation Overlay Zone. It can design this overlay zone with the participation of Arbolada residents to capture and retain the qualities of the Arbolada that make it special. The residents are free to limit the HPOZ to preserving setbacks, trees, and open space, or they can include architectural features as well. Those properties that do not meet the standards are designated as non-conforming, and those that do as conforming, so no one has to change their property when the zone goes in. Many cities across America have been creating these districts for years. Los Angeles has 38 of them. These historic preservation zones improve the neighborhood for both residents and the wider community and have been shown to raise property values in the process. Hopefully, we won't wake up one day to find that the Arbolada is a thing of the past, but that it continues to live and thrive as Mr. Libby envisioned it and as it has been maintained for all these years. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
I think that what Craig is bringing up is very important. The Arbolada doesn't have any separate rules with regard to setbacks and walls, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay. And if we wanted to look at an area like the Arbolada as a historic district, how does that have to play into what we're doing now with the neighborhood studies?
It probably plays in pretty well. We're basically looking at the streets, the public spaces, and then the private spaces that front on the streets. So the front yards, fences, hedges, and that kind of thing. Those are all the kinds of things that we're trying to define for each neighborhood grouping in the community through neighborhood planning.
And when he's referring to a proliferation of walls, are we talking about sidewalls and back, not in the front setback?
So the focus of the RFP for neighborhood planning was really on what you see from the front yard, but there isn't really any limit. I think it's something that has to be decided as we go through the process. So I don't know that I can give you a definite answer on that.
Well, I just think we need to be really careful in this interim before we have the neighborhood planning done, that we don't all of a sudden allow certain things to happen that are going to be ultimately changed when we do the neighborhood planning, and they're already in place. So I would like to, I don't think it's something that we can put on the agenda now, because I think it's part of the neighborhood planning process, probably. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Craig.
Yes, Councilmember Clapp.
I would like to echo Councilman Blatz's sentiments that we come up with some way to address the potential of that occurring. I don't know how to do it. Maybe staff could give some suggestions on how we could proceed with some precautions to be taken before the neighborhood planning is complete.
I think we'd probably have to bring something back to a subsequent council agenda. If the zoning says you can put in a wall, you can put in a wall unless the council takes some action to stop that, but we can bring something back.
How long do you anticipate it will take for the neighborhood planning to be done?
6 months.
Which probably means a year, right? I mean, realistically?
Well,
9 months, do you really think it'll be done in 6 months?
It probably in that range, 6 months to a year. I don't want to say that it won't go longer, but we're trying to lay out a schedule to get it done in 6 months. But you're right, sometimes they take longer.
Well, maybe if Mr. Blatz would agree with me, maybe it would be a good idea to bring something back just as a short item to maybe do something in the way of a moratorium or something of that sort.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is perhaps we can have, while the neighborhood planning is being done, put some sort of a moratorium on walls, because I think that's going to be a critical issue when it comes to neighborhood planning. I'd like to at least have that come back for a discussion item so that we can get some public input on it too.
I would agree.
And then on top of that, he did mention a historical preservation overlay zone. And so maybe we could have the commission have their input on what that means to have a historical preservation overlay zone.
So actually, there is a process for creating that, and in fact, the Terramina neighborhood has been looking at putting together something for their area.
Okay. All right. Pete, I can't read the last name. Pete Buffalette.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. On the subject of future application for cell phone towers, a film entitled Take Back Your Power, Investigating the Smart Grid, was screened last year in Ventura County. Its central focus is smart meters and the smart grid, but includes extensive overview the damaging effects of RF microwave radiation from cell towers and cell phones. Film director Josh Del Sol reports the small town of Gibsons in British Columbia successfully stopped a cell phone tower from going in after screening the film there. And I know that you as governing bodies, as well as all thoughtful citizens of Ojai, adhere to safe health and safety standards when it comes to damaging effects of anything that affects our collective health here in Ojai. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Carol Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, council, staff. I wanted to talk a little bit about some misunderstandings that happened last meeting. The first thing was, what is the function of LAFCO? LAFCO stands for Local Agency Formation Commission. It's a mandated commission that every county has. There was some talk about they don't meet regularly, or what do they do? What they do is extremely important. They basically, let's say a water district wants to incorporate another area that they will serve for water, it has to go through LAFCO. Let's say a city like Santa Paula wants to incorporate some land that is in the county and is under SOAR, it goes through LAFCO. And they meet in the council chambers at Government Center once a month on a Wednesday morning. I had the pleasure to serve as an alternate. Only 2 of the 9 members are selected from city councils. So right now we have 1 member from Ventura and 1 from Moore Park, and I was the alternate from Ojai. I did get to sit in on the big Santa Paula meeting, which wanted to bring in and really extend the boundaries of Santa Paula. I voted against it, a few others did. Because of that, actually, it went back to the planning stage. I think the Environmental Defense Council was there, and they managed to change the plan because it was really very much affecting the Santa Clara River. And I think Alistair Coyne is here if you need any confirmation. So it is very important. The only way we get a representative on it from Ojai is you have to be selected from all the 10 cities. Only 2 are selected. So we will not, when Mayor Lara goes to the city selection committee, he will be just one of many members. He's a brand new, there's no chance Ojai will be selected. That's the politics of it. So I just want everyone to know it is very important. Also is very important is Gold Coast, VRSD, and all the other commissions in which we have a seat at the table. When Mr. Blatz goes down twice a month on Wednesdays to go to Gold Coast, he spends 4 hours there, probably, between travel time, definitely. He goes through endless union negotiations. He does it because it's important to our city and to our representatives. We have a say at the table. We are legislators for that group. The same goes for Ms. Clapp when she goes to VRSD, which is Ventura Regional Sanitary District. We sit as decision makers. However, the suggestion that we have a regular city council person come to be at the Ojai Unified School District or the Ojai Valley Sanitary District is nice, but honestly, do you think, does Mr. Blatz have another 3 or 4 hours to take out of his Monday afternoon to go to Ojai Sanitary District meetings and just sit in the audience? He cannot speak for the city council because they don't know what's going to be said. The city council would have had to decide what he's going to tell them, and he has no say. He has no more say than any other member of the audience. So I don't know why to have liaisons to these groups got started. It was very recent, but I think it presents a very burdensome to our city council members who all have full-time jobs and private businesses. Mr. Blatt, to ask them to spend 3 or 4 hours away from their business during the workday to attend these meetings where we have no more say than anyone who attends the meeting, I think is very unreasonable. So I'd like to see you to agendize that to see if you can get those 2 liaisons off the table. It's fine if you want to attend, you have time. Anyone can come to a meeting and talk about what they do. You could watch it on TV. But to expect a council member for $475 a month to lose 4 hours of their working day is really untenable. The other thing I just wanted to mention was I am in total disagreement with what Mr. Daddy said. We have a general law city. I'm a professor of nursing. I was on the council for 12 years. What he is suggesting that the city council hire employees for our city. We have a general manager who is skilled at all those areas. He hires the managers, and they report to him. The general manager reports to us and the city attorney. I would have never run for council if I was expected to be an expert in all those areas of management of the city municipal government. Was I supposed to give up my day job so that I can become a city council member? I'm an expert at training nursing students. You're an expert at landscaping. You're an expert in the law your area. You're an expert at your business. So I don't see that that's the direction we should go. It's a very, very poor idea for our city. My last thing is vaccines. As you all know, the measles vaccine, the measles has come back to our community. Anyone over 18 can go get their measles vaccine or anything at Public Health on Loma Vista Road. They don't need their parental consent. Many colleges will not even allow a student on campus now who is not vaccinated fully. Measles is a horrible disease. I had it. That's how old I am. I was in the hospital for a week with measles encephalitis. 25% of people who get measles will be hospitalized. It is so contagious. If somebody who is hibernating the measles virus is in an elevator, and they walk out, let's say they coughed in that elevator. They go out, you come into the elevator, they're gone. You have a good chance of catching the measles. It's that contagious. It is a very foolish thing not to get vaccinated. I'm hoping that people will realize how serious these diseases are. What's next? Polio? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I have no more speaker cards for public comment. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak? See no hands. I'm going to move on to the consent. Oh, yes. Sorry. If you could come up and give you your name for the record.
I'm sorry, I was actually late for the meeting. But my name is Catherine Yazachiev. Most people know me as Cece. I was just going to add about the cell tower moratorium. You guys have been here before talking about EMF regulations in our town. The cell towers are emitting a Class B carcinogenic, which if you go on any of the health sites, the World Health Organization will tell you that the EMF coming off the cell tower is in the same category as diesel dust. It's a silent carcinogenic. People are possibly getting headaches, getting sick from them, and no one seems to care. And I don't know what all these new towers are coming up with the gas meters. They're going to be doing the same sort of thing throughout Ojai. I'm wondering if when I drive to LA, I see all the cell towers on the side of the road and by people's homes. And I think people in the Ojai community do not want to live like this. We came here to live in a certain kind of condition where we see the beautiful trees, we see the beautiful landscapes. We want to hike Shelf Road and not have to see giant cell towers everywhere. I mean, I really feel like to keep this town beautiful and safe, we really need to all come together and try to put a stop to this. So I know you guys can't fight the cell towers on health concerns, but hopefully you can fight it on property values and other things. And I know you guys are a bright group of people, and I just, that's all I have to say about that. And no one wants to live. No one wants their children going to school next to a cell phone tower. No one wants to live next to a cell phone tower. And once the cell tower is up, the one across from Vaughn's got double the frequency a few years ago. The cell tower company didn't have to tell anyone how much EMF is coming out of the cell tower. They didn't have to give anyone any information. I don't know. Do you guys know? I don't know. No one knows. But there's people in condominiums and living right behind it. You know, so that's all I have to say about that. So I just want to let you know that there is a huge group of people in Ojai that really want to stop the cell towers in Ojai. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Golden.
And I'm speaking now as a citizen, and only as a citizen. I just want to say that I am constantly amazed that we, as citizens, are willing to say we cannot bring up health issues. Who made that rule? We cannot bring up issues that have to do with our health and our well-being. It's time to buck that. Where is that coming from? Let's be the first city that says, hey, we're going to talk about this from the point of view of health. And I hope you all really listen to everything that Cece said, because she's right on target. And if we don't stop it here, where is it going to get stopped? So let's stop it here, cell phone towers.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing no hands, I will move on to the consent calendar.
Mayor Laura?
Yes.
I have questions, and therefore would like to pull for purposes of question, items G, H, and J.
Anybody else? Seeing no more, do I hear a motion to approve the rest of the items?
So moved.
I second.
Second. Roll call?
Clapp. Yes. Wyrick.
Yes?
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Wyrick, if you want to start with G first, I was going to pull that item too.
Okay.
So-
Well, would you like to start with questions, or when we need to start?
Yeah, I could start with questions.
proceed.
I had questions about contracting, so I just want to I want to see if there's, if you guys could make some clarity in regards to what the main role of this consulting service management is going to, why are we hiring him? Are we hiring him for planning projects, or are we hiring him for be our liaison to historic preservation or do presentations to the city council, or it's unclear there?
It's actually all of the above. These are we used to have a part-time planning position, and when that position, when the incumbent resigned, the council authorized $10,000 towards hiring planning consultants to perform her duties until such time as we replaced that position. And so her duties did include all the things you mentioned, working with the Historic Preservation Commission, doing the staff work on planning items, and then presenting those items to the Planning Commission and the City Council. So it's to provide assistance in the Community Development Department.
Okay, and that's a $10,000 budget, right?
That's the budget that the council authorized, yeah.
And for this one also, is that correct? Because it says that
Yes.
this will make sure it does not exceed more than 10,000, and the contract is for a year. Is that correct?
So, yeah, so the amount of services that we acquire through this and the other contract cannot exceed $10,000 without further authorization from the City Council.
Okay. All right, and then I do have another question here on page 1-63 of it's under their number 2.1 nature of services. We talk about them following our planning and zoning laws, or the planning and zoning laws, the California Environmental Quality Act and the Municipal Code. Would it be wise that we also put the general plan in there? Because I feel like sometimes we disregard the general plan when it has it's the law of the land, so it's...
Well, there's no problem at all putting the general plan in there, but I don't think we disregard the general plan. We do, that is part of our analysis whenever we do a planning item.
Well, thanks
so.
for correcting me. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that it's there, so we make sure that we take note of it.
There's no problem putting that in.
Councilmember Wyrick?
I would like to echo that. I think it's important, especially after I got so well trained in Sacramento, and they emphasize the importance of the general plan being consistent, that be included in the nature of services, along with the municipal code, that the general plan be included in that stipulation. You also just answered my other question, whether the contract planner we already have is part of this budget or not, but I was wondering, is the contract planner we already have considered a part of this contract or completely separate?
That's a completely separate contract.
Okay. And then the next question is, if, say, specialists in CEQA would be required for a particular application, is it anticipated that this group has the qualifications for that kind of specialty service, or they would additionally subcontract under this contract?
They do have those qualifications, but we could also subcontract depending on the needs. Normally, a CEQA evaluation is something that's paid for through the applicant, and depending on how much CEQA review is needed and what the scope of the project is, it could be either contracted out separately or done through this contract.
So this contract would not preclude if it was deemed better or more appropriate for yet another contractor outside of this contractor to be hired for a
right.
CEQA
This is not
review.
exclusive.
Okay. Okay.
I have one question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
The contract is between the city of Ojai and a corporation. Who is going to actually, obviously a corporation can't perform, the physical duties. Who's going to be the person that's going to do this work?
So, Kathy, could you respond to that question, please?
I'm trying to, excuse me as I get oriented, sorry. Okay, so you should have in your packet, which would be, I guess, attachment C 1-75, there would be the resume for Catherine Laser, and that's who's actually proposed to do the work. And I had a request to provide a resume for Holly King, which is the lead of that corporation, and that you should have got that this evening, along with kind of a cover letter. Anything else? So that's who actually is proposed to come in and help us, is Catherine. That's why her resume was in here from the beginning.
Okay, and then what is the difference between this staffing of a contractor and our contractor that's here now?
So as Rob was explaining, so after we lost our assistant planner, who was a city employee, we had already engaged in a contract with Kathleen Mallory and her corporation to do the overflow work. And instead of her doing the overflow work with the $10,000, that planner became standard staff, which is Diana Gould, and you've seen her at a couple meetings and seen staff reports for her. So then what we've done is put out this other contract or professional contract for the what I would say would be to handle the increase in workload that comes from when we have an ebbs and flows and workload. Right now we have a high volume of work in the community development department. So that's how it was staffed always before. You know, when Rincon was here, they kind of did the overflow. Heather was here. They had a community development director. They had assistant planner, and they had Sherry. So we lost Rincon. Kathleen Mallory was to replace Rincon. And then so it's kind of we're just making sure that we have at our at our fingertips somebody that can come in that can address the workflow that demands that we have.
My other question is, because of the fees that are going to be generated as a result of all the work, is this, even though you've got a budget of $10,000, is this a zero-sum contract? I mean, are we covering all of the costs involved in this contract? Because it doesn't seem like we're going to have this person unless there's some project that needs some attention.
I wouldn't say that it covers 100% of the cost if they're working on a private development application, but if they're working on another project that's a general fund funded project, it wouldn't be covered by fees. So it'll be a mix.
And I just add that we generally speaking, when they bill, we work hand in hand with the consultants for them. They're educated right off the bat which projects have trust funds, which projects don't. And so the majority of the work that isn't in total cost recovery or cost recovery of some is the work we do for the Historic Preservation Commission. There just aren't any fees that cover staff's work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions from council member? Council member Haney.
So, do you have a record for, let's say, for the last 4 years of how you justify the fact that you need this additional planner? That'd be my first question. Then the second question is, if you have the justification and you need the planner, is 100 hours enough? 100 hours out of a standard work year, 2,040 is a standard work year? So 100 hours just seems so small in that ratio. But is the 100 hours justified by that's what we've had in the past, that's what we need in the future?
So let me try and respond in kind of a general way. We can provide records of what's happened in the past, but the work, especially the work that's related to private development proposals, ebbs and flows a lot within community development. And so what we've always tried to do is staff to a level that provides a base to be able to do the basic work, the work that's general fund work, and then we've used consultants that we can either bring on or not bring on when we have a peak of work. So right now we're experiencing a peak. There's a lot of private development activity that's funded through the trust fund, but we're still trying to keep other important things going and to also service our commissions. So as more private development work comes in and we get these peaks, more revenue comes in to cover the cost.
Okay.
Councilmember Wyrick?
I think we have a public comment.
Yeah.
But
Am I done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Wolf.
was just, I might have a comment after this.
Okay. Mr. Beam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. members of the council. My name is Craig Beam. As you know, I'm an attorney. I've been working with CEQA for 42 years, since before it was applied to private projects. And I've worked under every conceivable regimen in terms of preparing CEQA documents. Let me offer an observation about California law generally. CEQA is an integral part of planning decisions under California law. There are things you cannot simply outsource. CEQA contracts for consultants with outsourced technical analyses, air pollution, traffic, and things of that nature are perfectly appropriate. But the city really owes itself to, given Ojai, and given the need to make environmentally sound decisions, it needs to understand, the council, the planning commission, and other bodies need to understand the requirements of CEQA to mitigate or avoid, where feasible, a technical term, environmental effects. So my concern is that this contract would suggest that the position that the agency is going to take somehow is a position that they're going to recommend, as opposed to providing technical services of the type mentioned, versus that being done in-house by your own staff and by the council. Now, is CEQA easy? No, CEQA is very complex, but it's certainly understandable. I mean, after 42 years, after having taught this, I can assure you the essence of CEQA decision-making is easily broken down. And I think the council, given the nature of this town, the nature of, I think, the philosophy of the council, owes itself to, you know, kind of come up to wherever the bar is in those types of understandings to make better decisions. But you simply can't, you know, lightly outsource these sort of things. One. Two is, this kind of system can be manifestly unfair to an applicant in that the real decision maker isn't here, it's not an elected or appointed representative of the city, it's somebody over here responding to a contract saying you need to do this. That's a real problem. Applicants deserve a right to understand who's making the decisions and the information supporting decisions, whatever they may be. So I don't disagree with you having a contract, but I would urge some real caution on the type of work that you allow to be undertaken by an outside consultant pursuant to this contract. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Beam. Any questions for Mr. Beam?
Mr. Beam, how would you suggest language in this contract that would be different to address that concern?
I don't think it's language in the contract per se. I think it's an understanding at the city level with respect to the city manager and the city council and Ms. Wald and what have you as to what things you're not going to put out to a consultant. I think that is where you need to be very careful. But there's obviously a lot of technical analyses and what have you that no city of this size, to my knowledge, has the capability of providing. So those have to be outsourced, practically speaking. But the essence of the decision making, which is embedded in the very concept of California land use planning law, to mitigate or avoid where feasible environmental effects, that's a broad range of activities, is something that isn't easily delegated. So you have to be very careful about that. You have to weigh that, and you need to understand the standards. Those are not that difficult to understand in my experience. And by the way, I've represented public agencies off and on in all that 42 years. The firm that I'm with represents all kinds of major public agencies in CEQA compliance. We don't make the decisions for them. We just make sure they understand the structure of their decision making. And that's what I'm speaking to.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Yeah, Mr. Clark, for the benefit of the public and for my benefit, so that I can better understand where this contract fits. Ms. Wald's department has a number of different people in it. We have Mr. Stewart, we have Sherry, and we have another contract planner, or is that person now an employee?
A contract planner.
Contract planner. So can you explain, for my benefit, what the contract planner does as opposed to what this contract planner is going to do?
Essentially the same thing. It's just more hours available to us in order to handle workload that we have.
Because the other contract planner doesn't have enough time to do this work as well?
So that we can do two things at once.
Okay.
See, it expedites the process. If we were to try and do everything in-house, it would take forever and we'd be delaying the applicants. we need additional resources, and the amount of additional resources we need depends on how many applications come in the door. So what we're saying is right now, with having that position vacant, and with the workload that we have, we just need more planning assistance to help Ms. Wald do the job.
And what kind of contact do these independent contractors that aren't employees of the city, not our staff, have with the public?
Well, they would interact with, primarily, it depends on what they're assigned to do, but on an application, they would have direct contact with the applicant, and they would work under the supervision of Ms. Wald in preparing whatever analysis is necessary to deal with the application. If they were assigned to work with the Historical Preservation Commission, they would be working with those individual members directly as well.
Okay. Is there anything that the public would contact the Community Development Department for without an application, that they would be directed to one of the contract people rather than to one of our employees?
Let me ask Ms. Wald to address that.
Yes, so if I'm understanding you correctly, so if a person came into the counter and they wanted to do like a preliminary inquiry about, gee, I'm thinking about doing this, or anything, anything of that type, business inquiry, homeowner improvement to their house, or maybe I'm thinking about starting a business, those counter questions, if Sherry's not there and I'm not available, it would be a contract planner going up there.
Okay. So what kind of control do we have over the contract planners, and how do we know what kind of training they have to deal with the public? Because now they are no longer an independent contractor when they're dealing with our citizens. They are the face of our city.
That's
How
right.
are we assured that those contract planners are going to treat the public with the decency and courtesy that we would expect one of our own employees to treat them with?
So let's see if I can find a quick answer for that. So maybe it's just a long-winded answer. So first it starts out with, we vet them through their resume. I can somewhat tell what their level is by what they've done. I rely a lot on what the first person, for instance, when we're using Kathleen Mallory's company, I talk with her and I tell her what I need and what skill sets I need. Do I need a planner that's at the counter that's kind of doing lower level permit processing, such as business license, home ox, signs, and that type of thing? Or in the case of like Diana Gould, I need somebody who's got many years of experience, was a planning manager for cities. And so she's working on more advanced projects, such as, the redevelopment of the hospital skilled nursing facility. Okay, and the environmental issues with that. So how we keep them to make sure that they treat people the way that any citizen would expect to be treated. Well, for instance, Diana has many years experience working for other jurisdictions, so that's pretty standard. She was a planning manager for the city of Grover Beach. So I would say it's pretty standard that one would assume she understands that. But also, I supervise them because I'm there. And when we had the issue that we had with Rincon, they were taking the work from the city of Ojai and taking it back to their offices. While some of that work does occur off-site here for the work we're doing in Ojai, the majority of it is done in-house here, so I can see how they react with citizenry. I'm watching what they're doing. And as far as they were talking about CEQA, majority of planners that I've worked with over my years of CEQA they don't determine and make the CEQA document align with their beliefs of whatever they've determined. It's a neutral document. It's a disclosure document. They do all the studies, do the work, and then they draw the conclusions after they've done all the studies. And so we wouldn't have them do a CEQA document without my personal review of the document along the way. We're not going to do what we did with Rincon, which was just allow them to go out and do an initial study, then come back in and then look at a finished product. So that's not how it's occurring. There's a real hands-on between myself and the planners and their supervisor, whichever one that would be, whether it was Holly King or Kathleen Mallory. We talk frequently about what I think is working and what I think is not working. So I hope that answers your question, but that's you know, I felt that it was a real problem with Rincon because we weren't seeing, you know, they were talking to the applicant from their offices, wherever Rincon is, I think Carpinteria, and so I don't get to hear how they sound to the public. Here we have them in office. Diana's here 3-4 days a week, and I hear what she's saying. So really, fundamentally, from the public's perspective, they wouldn't know that she isn't a city employee, other than she's just paid differently as a contract planner. And that's the whole, I think, the whole way we wanted this contract planning to work. That it still feels like a city employee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions from council?
I think Mr. Blatz brings up a good point because, for example, we're almost dealing with some tension here between the meaning of an independent contractor and the issue of the face of the city and the culture of our city. And of course, what I'm specifying here is right there in the contract. It says, "City shall neither have nor exercise any control or direction over the methods by which the services shall be provided." Mm-hmm. You have to do that because they're an independent contractor. They're not an employee. Uh-huh. And so with the prohibition there of you exercising any control or direction over the methods by which the services shall be provided is kind of an issue when it gets down to first contact with the public, as opposed to the technical execution of the duties.
Well, I guess,
and I think that's what Mr. Blatz is trying to get at here.
So
you know, how do we make sure that the right cultural response is that we are looking for, and the right kind of response to when we're bringing contract planners in to be the first contact with the public, the face of the city, and that you as the supervisor cannot exercise any control over the methods by which they're using by contract. That sets up a natural tension in my mind.
I haven't encountered that as being an issue. I guess, you know, it's a standard professional services contract. I guess you'd have to ask Mr. Fletcher why that language is in there, but it hasn't been a problem for me. I very clearly tell the consulting firm either the individual they send to work with me is working and is a fit for Ojai, or it's not, and I ask them to provide somebody else.
Thank you. Yes.
But yeah,
thank you, Ms. Wool.
The distinction here with the independent contractor is exactly that. They're an employee of their consulting firm. We can set standards for the conduct of their employee while they're working here. Our remedy is not to discipline that employee or retrain them. It's to say we want someone else to do the job for us. But there's nothing wrong with us in terms of setting to the company the expectations we have as the client for how their employee does the work here at our workplace. So that's not an issue. But our remedy is we don't have to train them or discipline them, and we have no reason to believe that's going to be any of a problem whatsoever, because we do seek out skilled, experienced public sector planners that understand what you have to do. But our remedy is to ask for someone else to do the job.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Now, why wouldn't we then either include in the contract or in the form of an addendum all of those things we expect that contract planner to do, and how that contract planner is supposed to act, and how the contract planner is supposed to interface with our citizens? Why wouldn't we include that in the contract?
We can do that. I don't think it's not necessary to do that, because those all come within, I think, fall within the entire concept of them providing professional planning services for us. That comes, as Ms. Wold said, as a given when we hire a contract planner. And as she said, this person is going to have secondary and tertiary counter responsibilities. Primary counter responsibilities, Ms. Wold and Sherry. So, but they come equipped with the skills and expertise to work as a public planner. I've spent my entire career in the public sector and worked with all kinds of counter staff. And someone who has spent their career doing that, they understand the type of behavior that's expected. And I don't know if it's necessary to so detail exactly how they're going to do that. They'll act professionally and consistently with what the client wants done.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilmember Clapp.
It's funny hearing attorneys saying that he wants to leave something to assumptions. It's so unusual to me, because usually it's guys always want everything written down, so it's kind of an unusual thing to hear.
It's one of my
I don't think that it
shortcomings.
would be difficult to interject that to be performed in a professional and respectful manner. It's just simple sentence that could be added in there. At all times to be made in a professional, respectful manner to staff and the public. Simple, little worded, it's in there. Then there's no assumptions. It's not implied, it's actually written and made very clear. I think that would be just a very simple thing to add.
I think. Yes, Mr. Beam, a brief comment.
One final comment, being a veteran of CEQA litigation, the city is required, this council is required to certify any environmental document that's used for decision-making as done in compliance with CEQA. The problem with CEQA is it's complex and it's constantly changing. There are 9 CEQA cases right now in front of the California Supreme Court. Some of them go down to even rewriting potentially categorical exemptions. You need the authority under your contract by whatever means your city attorney says is appropriate to say, make sure that you're complying with the new guideline, make sure you're complying with the new case law or what have you. Otherwise, you really don't have any quality control assurance if you're aware of an issue, and it happens frequently. I mean, I'm in the position of representing both public agencies and private parties of changes like that. You need to have that ability to say, pay attention to this. I'm not talking about being polite or what have you. I'm taking that as a given. But you need to be able to adapt your processes and requirements with the times, especially with respect to CEQA, more than any other state statute. So I'd make sure that you have that reserve right to say, by the by, apply the new guidelines that just came out, not the old ones, et cetera, if you see those going on. Otherwise, you're gonna get sued, not the consultant.
Yeah.
Okay? And if you don't have an indemnity agreement or what have you, and somebody prevails in that suit, this city is going to be on the hook. I don't want to see that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Beam.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Haney.
Mr. Beam, can I ask you one question? Would you say that that's one of the more important aspects of a city attorney is having a clear understanding of CEQA and?
Oh, absolutely, and the city council. I mean, for example, Mr. Haney, again, we have a number of contracts with public agencies. We usually include, is a kind of an inducement for them to hire, we usually include CEQA training for senior staff or elected officials on an ongoing basis. So it's not like, oh my gosh, I didn't know this is how things work. We do it on an ongoing basis. We have to stay current. I mean, the minute the gavel comes down on legislation for the prior year, and we all go to conferences, read the case law, what have you. You've got an item tonight on your agenda that it doesn't appear the city's even aware of, which is a major modification to CEQA. And I'm going, how could you not know about that? Everybody else does. So it's important to stay on top of this. It's probably the #1 source of litigation against cities.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions from council members?
I'm ready to offer a motion when it's appropriate.
Okay, well, I just want to make one comment before you motion. I do have concerns with the interaction with our public, with the consultant, and I hear that there's needs that need to be addressed on that plan, on that community development department, that Ms. Wool needs help, and she needs help that could understand not only CEQA and the updates, but also our general plan, and it has to be more consistent. It can't just be a year contract of $10,000. To me, that's very small in my view, and it just brings a red flag. There's a lot of concern with that, and if there's really a need for that, I would feel more comfortable revisiting an employee of the city. But I have no problem offering Ms. Wool the technical support that she needs because I think that's really important. I think she could oversee that fairly easy. But as far as interacting with our commissioners and really understanding where they're coming from, that just that brings a lot of concern. But with that, I'm interested to see what Mr. Wyrick, what kind of motion he wants to propose.
Well, Oh, my goodness, I just forgot, I just remembered another question. I'm sorry. Ms. Wald and Mr. Clark, is there anything in this contract which would preclude you asking that all the billing be done where at the, any hours that were billed had a named activity, so we knew exactly what they were spending their time on, and also that any staff reports are signed and authored from this? Is there anything precluding that?
That's fine. In fact, that's how the current contractor does it.
Okay, well, I'm ready to offer a motion.
Okay.
And see whether I capture things here. I would move that we approve item G, consulting services by and between the City of Ojai and Site Specific Incorporated provide on-call professional planning services with the additional stipulations that the wording, the City of Ojai General Plan, be inserted after the words California Environmental Quality Act in 2.1A, and that the wording with respect to interacting with the public in a respectful and professional manner
Professional, respectful to staff and the public.
be, what she just said, be inserted in the appropriate place in the contract. I'm not sure where, but somewhere.
Would it be under personnel?
2.2?
Under 2.2, okay, under 2.2.
Would that be
Is that sufficient?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would recommend going to paragraph 2.6.
2.6, okay, that we insert that language in item 2.6. And that would be the conclusion of my motion.
Roll call?
Clapp.
Yes.
Wyrick.
Aye.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
No. Second item pulled would be H.
Yeah, I had a quick question on this, and I see Mr. Grant ready to jump in with probably the answer at the discretion of the city manager. This contract is with Mr. Nelson Nygaard, who is also the subcontractor on the other planning process, the Ojai neighborhood planning process. The Ojai neighborhood planning process is, I believe, a $50,000 contract. This contract is $23,374. Basic question I have is, how do we make sure, given we're basically using the same person to add to the original contract, that we're making sure these are completely distinct and additive services and not, in effect, we're paying for twice for the same thing, bottom line. In other words, there is some overlap here, as you mentioned in the report. How do we make sure that, to be really blunt about it, we're getting our money's worth? Because this is basically adding 50% to the contract that's going to this firm, either through the subcontract process. And I really would want to make sure that we are getting distinct components of services and not kind of being a little messy about making sure we're not getting our money's worth. You understand my question?
I think so. Mr. Clark, do you want me to respond to that? Okay. And I think that it is true that the primary neighborhood planning, Nelson Nygaard, is one of the highest regarded complete streets subcontractors or consultants in the country. So it's really ideal. We've even got him in town. I've tried to get him involved in our complete street projects up to date, and I've never seen enough of a project here to grab onto. So the $50,000 is really a small contract for a firm, either one of those firms really, but it's terrific. They're going to be here. They're both highly regarded. So they are doing a complete street, a very minor component as far part of that neighborhood planning, which is really just kind of the frontscape of these neighborhoods and so on. This other project, a master plan, an implementation plan, is really to go ahead and do a lot of outreach on the project. It does really take that project and really moves it out to another step. It comes up with a fully independent master plan that we can use, which includes a conceptual master plan of a capital improvement plan, which labels projects out. We have quite a few in the pipeline, I think, that are shown as the attachment there, but there's a lot bigger concepts that are being done there. So it really is.
So we will get two complete and separate documents.
That's correct.
From these two contracts.
Yes.
and it'll be clearly able to see what the separate scope is. And there'll be the same kind of public process with both in terms of outreach opportunities for the public, as well as this council, frankly, to watch what's going on.
That's correct.
And the commissions and boards involved.
Yeah,
Okay.
one focused on neighborhood, one focused on complete streets at a public perspective.
That's all I had a question about.
Any other questions? I did have a question now that you brought this item out. First of all, I try to add up the sum of the cost of each of the individual and their different sections, and for some reason it didn't add up. It added up to about 26,000 something, but I don't know if that's, there's duplicates in the thing, but that's just an inconsistency I saw. And also under the terms, it says services on page 1-90 attachment B2 of page 7. It says the services shall commence on January 28, 2015, and all services, including all reports referenced in section 2.1 of this agreement, shall be completed on or before December 31st, 2015. The reason why I ask is because their contract says that it's going to be engaged for 3 days in Ojai. Is that standard procedures to allow them to finish the report, to basically give him 10 months to finish a report where they'll be engaged in Ojai for 3 days? Or could we limit that? Or I'm just a curious question about why we allow them so much time to return their report.
That termination date is really just to put an ending date to the contract. It really is expected that they will use a synergy of Nelson Nygaard being in the area for the neighborhood planning to try to use that synergy and make it more efficient for their travel time and their staying in motels and so on. So there'll be a lot of synergy there. So as the neighborhood planning will probably dictate a lot of the schedule, whatever that moves along at, and that final plan will come soon after that they wrap the work. So that date isn't really when we expect to receive it in the mail. It's more like gives them flexibility for efficiency so we can get the best product we can.
All right. Great. Any other further questions? No?
No.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve consent item H.
I second.
Roll call.
Clapp? Yes. Wyrick?
Aye.
Haney?
Yes.
Blatz?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes. Again, item J. Mr. Councilmember Wyrick.
This has to do with development fees, and I just wanted to make sure I was absolutely clear as to the attachment that was provided to us on the development fees. On page 1-107, just starting, I have several, I'll go as quickly as I can. Under the annexation fees, we have minor and major deposits of $10,000 and $16,000. Then we have estimated cost being the same for both. The estimated cost of $19,098 is the same for a minor as it is for a major annexation, with the delineation being 20 acres. I just thought that was odd. And I wondered, also, this is a general question, estimated cost does not reflect what the applicant is actually being charged. It's just your estimate of what it costs to process.
Right. So the process that we used to come up with the estimated cost was to interview the people who are involved in operating the process and ask them how much time it takes to do the various steps, and then to apply their salary rate and overhead to it to get a cost. And generally speaking, for most of the smaller items, we actually require a deposit equal to that full cost up front. But in this case, where it was almost $20,000, we felt that we could require a smaller deposit, and if the work actually costs as much as we had estimated, require an additional deposit as we go along, so they're not depositing it all at once. Because the way we do our deposits, we can actually replenish the trust fund as needed, depending on how the work goes. But we did think that the deposit to get started on a smaller, more simple application would be less.
Okay, even though
the total cost, if you go through the whole process, could be the same.
Okay, and I understand that. And then moving on to the appeal, we have the fees the deposits are staying the same, I assume, in this schedule, of $1,000 for an appeal to council and $500 for appeal to Planning Commission, with the estimated costs being much higher than that. Are those appeal fees also subject to that same process you just described, or not?
They're not.
I just want to make sure about that.
Right, and the reason for that.
It's not actually stipulated in this, that they are differently handled. Want to make sure.
In addition, we have it might be that we need to add another footnote to that box to indicate that, but the council made a deliberate decision some time ago that in order for applicants to access the council at a reasonable cost, that we'd charge less than 100% of the cost.
I remember that, and I just wanted to make sure it wasn't changing in any way, shape, or form.
I would suggest adding a footnote to that. We can include that in the motion and make it more clear.
Okay. And then quick question I have. We are requiring a deposit of $13,467 on page 1-109 for a staff review of EIR proposed on behalf of proposed project. So that means that anybody whose project involves an EIR, no matter what scale, is going to be asked for a deposit of $13,467?
Well, this would be for a flow bone. It's not any CEQA review.
I understand that.
Okay, yeah. So we could reduce the fee. We have the authority to reduce the fee if it seems warranted based on the scope of the project.
That would be a ministerial decision.
To charge less, yeah.
Okay. Again, that's simply a staff review.
Yeah.
That's not actually a development of a recommendation. It's simply a staff review.
I think so, yeah.
The development of a staff recommendation as an addendum to the EIR is actually less than the review is in terms of the deposit.
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And then I also noted, and I just want to make sure, on page 1-111 that the pre-application reviews planning only for staff review of development applications requiring appointment for planner. Does that mean that if you want an appointment with the planner to have a staff review of development applications, that's a $400 fee?
Yes. Now, that doesn't mean asking a question over the counter.
Okay.
But if you want us to actually dedicate time to the project, we do expect reimbursement for it.
Okay. And why is the staff review requiring multiple departments a deposit, whereas the staff review with planning only is a straight-out fee?
So we made a decision that the fees that are $500 or less are fairly easy to estimate, and therefore they could be a fixed fee. But when you get more than $500, we felt that it should be a deposit because there's so much variance from one application to another, and we wanted to be fair to the applicant. So some will come in more, some will come in less.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Any further questions? Yes, Councilmember Haney.
Excuse me, I'm in the same area. I had a couple questions on, is it 1-108? It says a development agreement major and a development agreement minor, and one's $8,600, one's $43. What's the difference? What's the major, what's the minor?
The scope of the development agreement. So
Based on acreage, is it based on?
No, the complexity of the agreement. A development agreement is an agreement that basically gives an applicant a vested right to the zoning they have. So once you enter into the development agreement, for the term of the development agreement, the zoning can't be changed. And the amount of time and effort that goes into negotiating that deal, which is done in exchange for some public benefit, can either be simple or complex depending on the nature of the proposal that's being made. So it's not necessarily tied to acreage. It could be complex in different ways than acreage.
And so who makes that determination?
The staff does.
And can that determination be appealed?
Any staff determination can be appealed.
And that would also apply to the EIR review fee?
That's true. It would, yeah.
Okay. And I had the same questions on that, on the review and the EIR and then the addendum. I mean, how does that work? I guess that was my question.
So So a full-blown EIR can be a huge document that has numerous consultants putting together pieces of it. You know, there's a biological component, there's a sound component, there's a construction noise component, and the consultants are responsible for their technical expertise, but it still needs to be reviewed by the staff person who's preparing the recommendation for the Planning Commission to make sure that it's accurate, and especially to make sure that the mitigation requirements that come out of that analysis are really what's necessary to mitigate the impacts of that project. So in a project that's big enough for a full-blown EIR is a pretty big project. And even though this looks like a lot of money, in the scope, if you're building a hotel with 250 rooms, it's probably not. Hopefully that's not what's happening. But
And then my last question was the same. We have a specific plan and we have a specific plan amendment.
What page are you on?
I'm on 1-111.
Okay.
It sounds like they're one and the same. I know the word amendment means you're adding something to it, but what's, again, what's the difference there? And then the last question is the sphere of influence revision.
So a specific plan, an initial specific plan would actually be creating a specific plan for an area, and the specific plan kind of takes the place of the zoning for that area. So you have an area and there's going to be a master plan development, for example. You can create a specific plan that has different requirements than the underlying zoning normally would. An amendment to the specific plan is the owners may come back later and say, gee, there's been a change in circumstances and we'd like the Planning Commission to consider changing a portion of that specific plan in some way, fashion, or form. The sphere of influence is what LAFCO ultimately approves as presumably being the ultimate boundaries of the city. So we have our city limits, and then we have areas outside the city limits that could potentially be annexed, and that's the sphere of influence. And there can be applications to modify the sphere of influence.
And could you educate me as to what a street vacation development fee is?
So a street vacation is just that, when there's an existing city street and for some reason we're allowing that
Vacating the street, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my last question is on variances. And we offer variances here in the city?
By law, we have to offer variances. Anybody can apply for a variance, but the Planning Commission has to make certain findings that a variance is warranted. But yes, by state law, we have to offer the ability of someone to come in and apply for a variance.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No, I was just going to ask if there was any further question from council.
I just wanted to point out that I did send the council a memo asking that one fee be held in abeyance, and that's the master utility tree trimming annual permit. And the reason for that is that we actually have that double covered. It's also covered in the encroachment fee section. And we were contacted by SCE as part of another item that's on the agenda tonight. And one of their big concerns is having an open-ended fee. And the encroachment permit fee is a fixed fee, and it's already been charged for this year. So I'd like to hold that particular fee in abeyance tonight and then come back later after we've had more conversation with potential applicants.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve consent item J.
Would we want to add the stipulation on appeals or fixed fee?
The footnote.
The
on page.
friendly amendment? Okay. Appeal fees are fixed fees, not subject to estimated cost.
Got it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call.
Clapp. Wyrick.
Aye.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Okay. Moving on with our agenda, thank you for bearing with us to the consent calendar. Very important issues. I'm going to just make one minor change. I'm going to move item 10 to item, no, actually, I'm going to move item 10 to item 3, and then they're just going to follow behind that. But I'm going to start with the appointment of the appeals board. And I was on the interview panel for this, and it was anonymous. It was Mayor Pro Tem Blatz, and Well, from the interview group. Unanimous, sorry, unanimous, sorry, thank you. Councilmember Clapp. And Chair Foster to recommend Mr. William Ulrich to the appeals board. And I don't know, I see Mr. Ulrich here. I don't know if you want to comment or anything, or no? We thought that he was the best fit for the vacancy. And I don't know if any of our interview panel want to make any comments.
I just wanted to say that we interviewed 3 people. All 3 I would have been comfortable having on the appeals board. Mr. Ulrich ultimately was the one that I thought was best suited because of the fact that he holds contractor's license and actually is working in the contractor's field, which we do have no one else on the appeals board that currently has those qualifications.
And then I do have a speaker's card. Ms. Smith?
Thank you very much, council and staff. I have had interactions with Mr. Ulrich for many years because he is a regular at the meetings of City Council. I find that his character and conduct would be very detrimental to our city. He tends to be very, what shall I say, very prone to conspiracy theory. He tends to come out as very angry. He actually, I don't want to be within 10 feet of him. One night he got me so angry that I said to him that I hope that his character is terrible and that I hope he loses the Ojai Unified School District election. I have about 7 other women who have had interactions with him and feel the same. I'd be happy to give you their names and phone numbers if you want to personally get a character and conduct interview. I would suggest that you table this until you get some references from these people. I noticed that you had references for some of the other candidates, but there were none listed from Mr. Ulrich. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from public? No? Any other comments from the council? I thought personally, the reason why I nominated Mr. Ulrich was also for his qualifications, and I thought that he was well suited and well qualified in it. And we did ask him some poignant questions, which is open to the public, which he answered very well. And I'll entertain a motion.
I just have one thing to say. The process for interviewing was done in public. All candidates were welcome to be present. 2 of the candidates were present through the entire process. Members of the appeals board were also present. We took comments from the public. There was a consensus from the public at the end of the interviews as well that Mr. Ulrich was the best qualified. And it came from a broad base of comments.
Do I hear a motion to appoint the building?
I'll move that we appoint Mr. Ulrich to the Building Appeals Board.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Clapp.
This candidate in the past has demonstrated behavior before this council and in City Hall that shows that he has disdain as well as hostility for this body as well as staff. And for this reason, I feel Mr. Ulrich is not a good choice for this commission. I vote no.
Wyrick.
Aye.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Lahr.
Yes. Congratulations. Our third item is we're going to move up item number 10 to item number 3, and I think Mr. Howard Smith is here. Scott.
So yeah, I'd like to ask the city attorney to make this report and also to introduce the prospective interim city attorney and assistant city attorney.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yes, as you're aware, I have submitted my resignation due to the fact that I've taken a position as a full-time general counsel for a district up in Northern California. And I committed to staying on as long as possible to ensure the smoothest transition until the council could appoint an interim city attorney. As you know, before you are Matt Summers and Scott Howard.
both of the Colantuno, Highsmith, and Watley firm. Scott also, as you know him, has been serving for the last 3 years as our assistant city attorney and our city prosecutor. Matt has been is with the Colantuno firm and does a lot of work with Scott in another form of his life as city attorney of Calabasas. And I just want to introduce them to you. The members of the council had asked for a chance to interview them. Under this agreement, my contract with the city will be assigned to the Colantuno firm, and then under the terms of that agreement, the council has to, of course, approve an interim city attorney and approve any other attorneys that do work for the city under the contract, and that's why Mr. Summers is here.
Do we have any questions for staff or?
I do.
Mr. Howard? Yes, Councilmember Wyrick.
The relationship prior, where, Mr. Howard, your relationship in terms of the services provided when Mr. Fletcher was city attorney was pretty well delineated. And he dealt a lot with the sort of policy recommendations, ordinance development, interaction with council commissions. You did not. You were more involved in the enforcement issues, at least as I saw from the outside looking in. Is there going to be a similar sort of sharp delineation between the two of you where you step into the role of not being involved in the enforcement as much and Mr. Summers steps into that role, or will it be much more blended?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Wyrick, good question. It'll be a little more blended. One, I do like code enforcement, and I think my relationship with the police department here is excellent, and I'd continue in that role. I would also step in the role of city attorney, which is something I'm familiar with for 38 years, to assume the role that Mr. Fletcher provides now, advice and assistance to the city council, other boards and commissions as necessary, and similar to the roles that Mr. Summers and I play in Calabasas, Mr. Summers would assist in drafting, focusing primarily on the planning department and the activities with planning and perhaps Historic Preservation Commission, where he has tremendous expertise both in Calabasas and in other cities.
Would that mean that when, as a member of council, the collective client, the council and the staff, if we have questions, we should kind of change our procedures and address both of you with questions, since there's not that clear delineation?
No, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, your question should come to me.
Okay.
Initially, actually, it should come to the city manager and then to me, because if there are policy issues that you want directed to the city attorney, you can contact me directly. I can make a determination if it's something that necessitates Mr. Summers' review and research and skills and skill set. I always like to have the city manager involved, only because certain concerns relative both to budget and to the staff, the city attorney's use of city attorney time, then becomes an issue. But your questions would be directed to me, similar to the way they would be directed to Mr. Fletcher.
Okay.
Any other questions from council?
Right now, with Mr. Fletcher's contract, it seemed to me that as the backup, as the assistant city attorney, was it the firm? Was it this firm?
No, it was actually Mr. Howard.
Right.
Yes.
So why do we need to do any assignment? Mr. Howard is standing there as our assistant attorney.
If I get my recommendation for this is because malpractice insurance. Mr. Howard is covered by my malpractice insurance, which will be expiring when I close my practice down. So he needs to practice under another umbrella, which is his other firm, and that's why we're doing that. And also as a way to offer the access to Mr. Summers. Mr. Howard's time is not as available as mine because he has another. He does our code enforcement. Of course, he also has his Calabasas work, and so that's a way to offer to the city. What I always wanted was just the smoothest interim transition possible to make sure that there's the fewest hiccups and the most resources available while not costing this. It still stays under the current retainer agreement that you have for me.
And I was looking really quickly. This is interim.
Yes.
For both of you. Maybe an absolute inappropriate, maybe it's not germane, but on the attachment A, page 1 of 2, assignment and Second Amendment, it does say interim city attorney for Assistant City Attorney Scott H. Howard. It does not specify interim on Mr. Summers.
Certainly, if the council feels comfortable in adding the word interim, we certainly have
It
no
simply
objection.
says agrees to the designation of Matthew T. Summers as an assistant city attorney of the city. It does not include the word interim.
Certainly,
I would think the word interim ought to be on both.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, that is fine. The reason we're using that is because we're referring it's my contract they're assuming, which designates assistant city attorneys. That's why we use that, because there's still the contract in place is not a new contract. The contract for city attorney services remains to be that contract that you have with me, which of course is terminable at any time of the choice of the city when you go through whatever the RFP process.
What was the terminable condition again? Without cause?
For any reason whatsoever.
Any reason without cause?
Any reason whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just noticed an asymmetry there and asked the question.
And again, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's an excellent question. If it makes the council feel more comfortable, certainly add the word interim. It will not affect the substance of the contract. It will not affect the quality of the work. It will not affect the assignment of the work. As Mr. Fletcher noted, contract's terminable at will by this council at any time, for any reason.
Okay, I don't got any speakers card for this item. Anybody in the public wanting to talk? No?
Mr. Mayor?
If not, turn it back to the council. Yes.
Real
Councilmember
quickly, I don't know if any of my colleagues read Mr. Howard's resume, but it was pretty impressive, which supported my opinion of him to begin with, which is he's highly competent, and I think he will be just fine as interim, and good luck in your new job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Did I hear a motion, or do we need a motion? Yes, we do.
I'll move to approve with the addition of the word interim and in front of the words assistant city attorney of the city, and item 3 of attachment A.
You're authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement.
Right.
And authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement.
Second.
Roll call.
Clapp,
Yes.
Wyrick,
Aye.
Haney,
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Item 3, revisions to the Ojai Flow General Rate Case Funding Agreement.
Thank you. I believe Mr. McClary's here to address this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This item is bringing back to you, at the request of Ojai Flow, a revision to the agreement that was originally approved by the City Council on September 23rd, 2014. At that time, Ojai Flow was anticipating being able to obtain intervenor status with the CPUC to be able to offset some of their expenses that they were anticipating to work this general rate case for the Golden State Water that's appearing before the CPUC for years 2016, 2017, and 2018. The council had approved the agreement back in September, and then when Flow did not get their intervenor status approved, they then came back to the city and asked for some modifications to this agreement. Under the original agreement, Flow was not contemplating doing anything other than using that $50,000 to offset any direct expenses that they had, travel expenses or whatnot, in pursuit of the rate case. But since they no longer have the intervenor funding available to them, that has changed a little bit for them. So for Flow, they are now seeking to be able to use some of that funding to be able to pay for legal experts to help with their work on the rate case. While the previous agreement did not actually prohibit them coming in from doing that, Ojai Flow did come forward with that request, and we thought it would make most sense to disclose that to the City Council and to the public so that everybody was aware of the change in direction there. Beyond that, there's no other significant changes to the agreement. It's still asking for $50,000 worth of assistance to Ojai Flow. And I should note that this agreement has been reviewed by the Ojai Flow Board, and they did deliver a signed copy to us, so they have already indicated that they are in approval of the draft agreement. Be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? No.
I do.
Yeah.
Is any of this money going to be used to compensate anybody that currently is involved with flow?
I don't know for sure, but that is a possibility. Flo has indicated that they may need to be able to use some of that money to compensate some of their members who are experts, and this would allow them to do that. But I don't know for sure if that's their plan at this point or not. But they are contemplating that, and so that is a possibility going forward.
Any other questions for?
That makes it somewhat problematic for me. Only because, as most of you know, my son Ryan is a lawyer that works closely with Flo, and if he were to be compensated whatsoever out of this money, I would have to recuse myself. So I think, not knowing what's going to happen, I am going to recuse myself at this point.
Yeah, just to be perfectly clear, that is a scenario that could occur under this agreement if Flo chose to go that direction.
Okay. Any other questions from council members?
I have a question for Mr. Fletcher. I've done pro bono work for Flo. You know, I'm not paid or anything, but as an interested party, I've done research for the group. Does that compromise my ability to vote on this matter?
Have you received any income?
No.
Or anything else of value?
No.
From them?
I've been out of pocket a considerable amount, actually.
Usually what happens is the civic affairs, the cash flows the other direction. With that being said, I don't think that therefore rises to an FPPC Political Reform Act conflict. However, I think the one thing you need to consider is just from a common law conflict of interest, despite your engagement with them, does it, in your sense, affect your ability to fairly and consciously, fairly decide this? This is not a due process matter. This is not like an entitlement where you're granting a property right like through a zoning act. It's merely a contract.
Right.
But it's really a personal issue for you that if you still have the ability to fairly weigh this, then there would not be even a common law conflict.
Yes,
and if I could add one of these, we need 3 votes to act.
So if, so now that we've changed the rules here, we're going to compensate using that $50,000. Is there an avenue that if $50,000 is not enough, that it's they have the ability, Flo has the ability to come back and request additional funding? And 2, I don't know what the accountability, what the accounting procedures are for their monies. Are we going to get a some form of a record stating how many hours on attorney fees, how many hours, and that's all?
Yes, the former finance director actually sat down with them and put together a set of procedures to make sure that we do have an auditable trail.
And I believe it's also in the contract stating that. And that was similar to my question. Is this going to be, since they're not going to have the intervene status, is there a potential of it being more than 50,000?
I can't answer that question. Ojai Flow has not requested that. We've not had any discussions about that. I know there's at least one member of Ojai Flow here in the audience who might be able to answer that question. But at least as the way that this agreement is written, that would have to come back as a separate action. There's nothing in here that would allow us to go beyond the $50,000.
Could they always come back for?
They could certainly come back and request additional funds. Yes, Mayor Lara.
Councilmember Clapp.
This is a general rate case. That's similar to a few years ago when the PUC came to the city and said, what do you think? And we said, you shouldn't raise the rates, and they raised them anyway.
Yes, Councilmember Clack. Every 3 years, as a private water agency that is under the jurisdiction of the CPUC, they have to come forward with a 3-year rate case cycle. And so we're operating under the last 3-year rate case cycle, and this one anticipates 2016, 17, and 18.
Mm-hmm. As a general rule, is there much success in having any impact upon the increases?
I think there is. I think a lot of it is you have to know the right areas to focus in on. A lot of it requires some technical expertise and some data. Unfortunately, it's been pretty clear in our discussions with the various parties that make up the CPUC that simply coming in and saying, we think the rates are too high, we think people on this side of the street are paying a lot more than the people over here, Unfortunately, that doesn't hold much water, no pun intended, with the CPUC. They're really looking for very, data-driven information. The company is saying in order to deliver, water service over the next number of years, it's going to need these, capital improvements. It's going to sell this much water. It's going to cost this much water to generate that. CPC looks at all that and they put it into the mix. There are some significant parties that are in play. One of them is the Office of Ratepayer Advocates. They're actually part of the CPUC. They play a significant role in working through this. But I would say even when we participated from the staff level in the previous rate case, and really myself coming in there as really a newbie with very little experience on it, thanks to some of the direct information that we got from members of the public, we were able to push at the CPC some pretty good points on the customer service level that they've got to answer back now in this rate case. So I think it's one of those things where, at the end of the day, are you going to be able to knock the rates down significantly or to a reasonable level? I would say probably not. But are there things that you can do that will help Ojai? And again, I think the other thing that has to be said is if you're not constantly there beating the drum, what is that going to mean for the next rate case or down the road? So a little hard to say exactly how effective it has been, but I would argue that it's well worth it. And I would think the outcome would be even worse if we didn't have some further representation.
One other real quick question. I heard this through the grapevine. Is it true that the CPUC actually benefits financially from rate increases?
I've heard that.
You've heard that too?
I've heard that too. I've not independently verified that, but I think there is something to the way that they are funded and their structure, but I've not independently verified that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wyrick.
I wanted to add to what Mr. McClary said, because I completely agree. I want to amplify what he said to answer your question. I had the opportunity to speak with the Office of Ratepayer Advocate representative at the public hearing that was here in front of the administrative law judge, who, by the way, was the same administrative law judge who's leading the rate case itself. And he was emphatic that how impressed he was with the citizens in Ojai for that very reason. Not just a parade of people saying the rates are too high, the rates are too high, but coming in with data, specific comments, specific types of issues they had with Golden State that were not just a complaint-driven, we don't like this kind of thing. And he said that's the kind of testimony that has impact. And that's the kind of thing I think that I think Flo can help with. In addition, this rate case includes 3 items which are not just rates, as I understand it. One is the issue of line losses, leaks, water, which we know is sort of a big issue in Ojai. And I believe Flo is advancing that documentation, which impacts the rate case maybe more effectively than anybody. Also the issue of safety, which includes issues associated with hydrants that Flo has raised so well. And on top of that, the rate case includes the review of contractor practices. Because remember, Golden State has been sanctioned for improper contractor practices, and they're up for an audit right now that's part of this rate case. So I would argue that those things are places where, as I see it anyway, Flo can have a particular impact outside of just the rates themselves.
Any further questions? No? Thank you, Mr. McClary.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the revised agreements between the City of Ojai and the Ojai Flow to provide $50,000 to offset Flow's expense related to participating in the general rate case for Golden State Water year 2016, 2017, and 2018 before the California Public Utility Commission, the CPUC.
Second.
Roll call.
You forgot to ask for public comment.
Oh,
I
for
believe there's
public
someone that.
I absolutely
Sorry.
apologize.
Yeah, shame on
Mr. Taddy.
For clarification, 6 years ago, I sent a memo to Mr. McClary, and I said, keep this. It's going to be very important to us one of these days. It's very important as of Friday when Patricia Ma sent a memo in, one of our rate case memos, about the high line, the high pressure, the water loss. And the information I sent Mr. McClary 6 years ago that we highlighted and kept is something we get to use now, where we've established 6 years ago that we have a continuing issue. We are continually overburdening. But this is going to be about line loss. It's going to be about unmetered water. It's going to be about safety. It's not going to be about high rates. It's going to be about these things. When we have safety, when you have over 100 incursions into the street, when you've got those A-frames, you've got those lights, you've got those steel plates, you've got this stuff going on all the time, you almost lose the back wall of the playhouse. Safety is an issue. We've had a continuing problem forever. Does this really matter? Well, let me tell you what matters. In 2007, Stan Green would come over to my office at night, and we'd sit there for 2-3 hours and go through hundreds and hundreds of pages. And we were able to successfully argue to the PUC that the water purveyor wasn't able to charge us for things that they intended to put in, but didn't put in, like these 100-year-old water tanks and 100-year-old roofs and all these other things. So, yeah, we can be very successful and have been successful. The other thing is when we were in San Francisco, the judge advocate said that Ojai was sophisticated enough and knew enough and presented enough information that we didn't have to argue to get a hearing back here in Ojai. He got us a hearing immediately. It was already on the table. We were going to get it. We didn't get it the time before and had to fight for weeks and weeks and finally got it. So we're having an impact. We're not seeing like we did 6 years ago and 9 years ago and even as late as 3 years ago, 35 and 45% requests for rate increase in a single year. So we're having an impact. Now, what has happened is Golden State, in its wisdom, came in and appealed to the PUC and said that Ojai Flow, in effect, were agents of the city of Ojai. And we were denied our intervener status. We're still a party, but we're denied our intervener status. Our intervener status was something where we were able to say we needed money to continue on with this as an outside entity. They said we were the same entity as the city. And so that's why we're back here. We needed to disclose and to be reasonable and to be honest. And this isn't going to be a surprise to anybody. Our best, most knowledgeable players in Ojai Flow are some of the people that we're going to need to use. And these are some of the people that we're going to find occasion that we're going to have to pay them. And I would rather pay them than go outside, even though we have an agreement with another outside firm to help. I need somebody that actually understands us, know what we've been through for the last 6 years, understands this rate case, understands what we're doing with the lawsuit. And if everything were perfect, the judge would go ahead and deny Golden State's appeal on the eminent domain that we've already won. We already won that case, and they've appealed it. If they will proceed like they should have proceeded, and they conclude that case, we're out of it. The case is then dropped. We have no standing in the general rate case because we'll no longer be subject to the public utility. So, best case, they'll beat us. We won't spend anything. The one thing that's a little frustrating, and so let's talk about money. I haven't had anybody say, Bob, why did you pick $50,000 as a number to ask for? I didn't. I called up Mr. Tony Ramos, who is the city manager of Claremont, and asked Rhonda if she would go ahead and get a hold of the clerk there and get the expenses that were paid on the last general rate case. And that is what they spent, and we're going to have to put on the same defense. So that $50,000, we actually have history to, and that was what was actually spent, and that's why I'm requesting this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have any questions of me?
Any questions? No?
Bob, the only thing, are you going to be able to come back on a monthly basis or something like that, and just keep the citizens and keep the council updated as to what's going on.
Yeah,
And what the timeline, when do you start? And
what we can do is we can give you a short timeline. On the 29th, the 29th is the last day to get more information into the courts. We've had 4 outside independent agencies, like the League of Cities and California State Special Service District Associations. They have filed briefs, which are really briefs in favor of the Casitas position on the eminent domain, and specifically their briefs advocating for the use of Melrose funds for improvements for the funding of this particular situation. On page 31 of the brief that was filed by Golden State, they said if it were not for the use of the Melrose, they wouldn't be here today. So what they're saying is they want us to use purple dollars instead of green Melrose dollars. It's just a different bond. It is in fact a loan from the people. We are indebting our property. And it really shouldn't matter to them. Their argument is that we're buying the plant and we're misusing the Melrose. That's not correct at all. What happens is the citizens are going to encumber their property for a bond. Casitas will spend what is necessary. Melrose is just the funding device. And no value has been given to the water plant. The value is encumbering the $12 billion worth of residential property in Ojai that the 2,900 individual water users have put up. So it is very complicated. It's complex. I'll be more than happy to come back, send Pat back. We'll get other people here. If anybody has any questions, you want us to show up at any time, we'll get Richard Hages here. He does an incredibly good job of making it easy, unlike the rest of us. So, thank
Great,
you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Anybody from the public like to comment on this item? No, I will close the public hearing. Do I have to reintroduce the motion? We have a motion on the table. Could we have a roll call?
Clapp.
Yes.
Wyrick.
I thought about what you said, Mr. Fletcher. I feel I've sufficiently segregated myself like this since I was elected. I'm going to vote aye.
Haney.
yes.
And Lar.
Yes. Item number 5, Livy Bowl Playground Equipment and Shade Structure authorized to request proposal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Grant will be making the staff report.
All right, good. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Last fiscal year, I should say, the council authorized the replacement of the Libby Park playground, and that at that time the staff worked with Parks and Rec Commission, which has a subgroup called the Facilities Committee, and we met with them several times over 2014 to take a look at and discuss concepts for new playgrounds in Libby Park. So I'd like to start up a
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Do I need to hit the power? Is that what you're saying? I think we're starting up the. Let me see if we got this right. Okay. So there's a shot of the existing playground. I think everybody knows pretty well. That's approaching 20 years old. As I just mentioned, there's been quite a bit of review over the past calendar year up until now, and it's really focused around 2 basic concepts. One is these prefabricated modular playgrounds, and secondly, there's a community design build approach, which can also be used for these playgrounds. So there again is the Libby Park playground. So we did contact all of the manufacturers of these prefabricated modular type playgrounds we could, and we received concept proposals for them. It wasn't a formal request for proposals, but it was for a concept. Some were more assertive than others. So you can see this here is actually a bird's eye view from over Ojai Avenue looking down at the existing playground area. You can see the pillars there as you exit the fountain area. So you can see, so on the right, they had a concept where they put a large shade cloth there, which is something the Rotary West was interested in supporting and donating towards. And so that's a really large shade cloth. They have a small one on the other side of the playground right now where there's some benches over there. But they've got a pretty substantial structure. I think this is a very impressive modular playground approach. You know, you can see those are very high towers in the middle. I guess everybody talks about the Rocket out at Soul Park as being kind of the ultimate classic 60s style playground. And this isn't too far off. I mean, that actually is pretty large. It's 3 stories high, and you can see a tube chute or a slide coming out of there. And that one blue part in the middle is actually a window. It's such a long tube, it needs a window to help get light in there for kids riding down and so on. So it's pretty substantial. On the back side of that, you can see a triple slide on the back. So it's really a pretty significant setup. This is the same playground flipped off the bird's eye views on the south side of the playground now. So off to the left, new swings, and that small area on the left just next to the swings is that usually they separate playgrounds at the 2 to 5 year old area, and the rest of it is 5 to 12. And so that's the 2 to 5, that small area. Usually the kids are in a hurry to get out of that kind of area onto the older kids zone. So it's got all kinds of neat, the 3 towers shown there with integrated shade structures on there. And then it's got these separate shade structures for the 2 to 5 with the 2 smaller ones for the picnic area, and the really big one. It's hard to see, but you can see a touch of the yellow on the north side there, and that's a pretty substantial one. You can put quite a few picnic tables underneath it. And that's got this, I think it's a trend everybody's gone to, is these cable style playground structures where kids get on the cables and move, work their way through it. So they have that in the central area. And you can kind of see that really giant slide off the back with another tube. And on this side, they've got all kinds of great stuff going on. So this is Playcraft, and they're made up in Oregon. And just a site plan kind of shows the layout of that relating to the existing playground. So here's another company, Game Time. They're the manufacturer of the playground that's out at Surzati right now. And this, some of these manufacturers were not interested in spending too much effort right now in the initial proposal before formal proposals were requested, but they didn't utilize the full amount of money that we have budgeted for this project. But they've got it gives you a feel for the kind of shade cloths that can be provided and the kind of colors and so on. There's a lot of options out there in the modular playground world. Here's another company, Landscape Structures Incorporated, and they're a big national manufacturer, and they've got these big solid fabric shades as one option, and they've got, I think they call this the EVOS. This is kind of a real high-tech approach they've got with all these cable systems, and they have brighter colors, but there's options for much lighter colors that might fit better in the Libby area. And this is the same company, but a different format they use. And the plan view, I think some people were interested in this just to see how it fit into the existing site for both of those. Here's another company called Miracle. So different looks to it, but they all have color options that might be more subtle for Libby Park if we want to use browns and tans and so on. So here's Miracle's layout, so you get a feel for what's going on there. The top left-hand corner being the fountain area. So this is actually north pointing to the left on this site plan. And so they've used most of the area. We've got about almost 9,000 square feet for the existing playground with some room to expand for another couple thousand square feet, so approximately 10,000 square feet. Here's Playworld Systems. This is a big company nationwide again, and they've got these that look a little bit more like forest tree modular playgrounds and a lot of neat features on them. So we reviewed all of this concept with the Facilities Committee, which is, like I say again, the subgroup of the Parks and Rec Commission. I went through all of these is the option for modular playgrounds, prefabricated modular playgrounds. And if you can go ahead and start the next one, yeah. And then there's another section here which is a totally separate option, and this concept is for a community design build approach. So this involves getting a consultant that facilitates input from the community to custom design and build a playground that after they get all this input, they'll actually go out to the local school, the elementary schools, and meet with all the kids. They go through these 20-minute sessions with all the kids, and they. If we got the next one going here, whoops. I think you're back on the same one. It has to be the other one. I think it had leathers in the title. That's right. So with this concept, this is playgrounds that are custom built. And if anybody's familiar with up in Santa Barbara, there's Alameda Park, which is this beautiful park that has a playground there called Kids World. And this is back in the mid-20s. It was a company called Leathers Associates, which is the primary outfit that does this community design build. And they did that. They came in and got all the community input. They do a custom design playground. And then the community all worked together to help contribute money to it. And they actually work with this consultant for a couple-week period and cut all the lumber together, put in the foundations, and build this thing from the ground up that's up there. It's a really amazing playground. It's probably, I know for my kids, it's the favorite playground for them. It's pretty special. Of course, they've got some 150-year-old Morton fig tree hanging over it for shade, which is a part of the character, I think, too. But this kind of gives you an impression. This one that they're showing in the backdrop right now, this is a Leathers Associates playground they built in St. Charles. So there's more pictures of it later. But it's actually 3 stories high, a lot of this central structure. And it's built with, now instead of using wood, they use recycled timber. There's recycled plastic timber. You know, they mix the plastics and the wood shavings together, and they use that, so it's a much more durable material. Even though that one in Santa Barbara, probably one of the heaviest used playgrounds I've ever seen, is they spend a week or 2 offline every year in the fall after the kids go back to school to do some maintenance on it. So it still looks pretty terrific up there with regular maintenance, but it's supposed to be lower maintenance using this recycled lumber material. So they go through and they talk about having standards that are met, ASTM and the CPSC is a certified playground people, and the National Playground Safety Institute, all these different standards that are available for playgrounds. They make them easy to maintain, and they make them accessible. There's certain ADA standards that apply for playgrounds as well. They can incorporate all kinds of elements. This is the one I think that was just done up in Salinas. They had kind of incorporated some of the agricultural environment up there, and they had some tractors and so on in it. And they even did hand painted features around some of the roofs. And they talk about the input from the children, so it becomes a major part of these projects is community input. And kids are kind of given an assignment beforehand to draw out their dream playground, and that's all part of the process as well. So they go through this process with the school children during the day, and then these Leathers Associates, like I say, is shown there in the slide, is one of the primary consultants doing this kind of work, goes back and sketches out exactly what it would look like, and then they plan a community meeting at nighttime where all the community gets involved and takes a look at the concepts and sketches that were based on children's input. And then they work with the rest of the community at nighttime to really finalize and nail this thing down. So it's a very intensive day or two they go through this process. And they come up with sample 3D renderings like this that everybody gets a good feel for it. And then you can see there's a rendering, and then here's the actual finished product of, trying to remember which one that was. I believe that was the playground up in Salinas. Salinas up north, and also Fremont just did playgrounds like this in the past couple of years. I think it's the more local ones is Santa Barbara that I mentioned, and also down in Ventura, there's one called Rainbow. It's in central Ventura, kind of near the mall, and it's on the grounds of the school there. I can't think of the name of the school. Is that, yeah, thanks, yeah, Blanche Reynolds. And that one just went through a remake. I think they had a very tight budget, and it was under poor maintenance for a long time. It was a wood one from back in the 90s as well, and they just gathered up a volunteer effort and repainted and cleaned up the playground. So the basic concept of this community design build process is to work on the design and gather input from the community, and then they work out a final design, so you've got a full design package. And then they facilitate all kinds of community groups that are shown, let's see, but they do facilitate a lot of coordination groups. I'm sorry, there's another slide there. But part of it is the project management. When it comes to construction, they have people on hand, supervisors, that help guide the volunteers to assure that the construction effort for a week or two is up to meeting all the standards and is completed in a timely fashion. So here's a couple other examples. Certain people in the community, Ojai would probably be a good example. A lot of artists want to get involved and do special tile work and so on. So you can see here, these people are doing some certain collages and different features in their community that they contributed. They try to make sure everybody can contribute to these projects. And they try to incorporate certain themes, like if you've got boats or other parts of your community you want to be involved in. Maybe something in Ojai would be the post office tower, or maybe the arcade, or some other features like that we might incorporate in the design. Here's a couple more examples. The Yuma, Arizona playground with a hand painted in some of this tile work. And you can see some of these structures get pretty massive, 3 stories. Some of them are pretty well sectioned off, so people have separate space, but there's kind of a new concern that a lot of parents have, and they want to have high visibility, so they separate the staves on the walls so you can see in there better. This is that Lake Charles playground. I think we'd seen that. But off on another part here is they incorporate modular prefabricated features in these playgrounds. So off on the right-hand side, these are kind of some of these new wire climber setups that they have. So they have quite a few. They can incorporate these modular features in their playground designs as well. That's a picture of the entry area to Santa Barbara's Alameda Park, where the community did their own special tile work, and everybody did handprints, and people who donated money had special tiles and so on in there. And now they've gone to the recycled lumber approach. This is the one that was just built up in Salinas, I think completed a year ago. That's a bird's eye view of the one in St. Charles. I think we saw a rendering before, and this is actual completed work. You can see that circular structure on the lower right that is actually a 3-story structure. Here's a smaller one they just designed for Naples, Florida, where they, to kind of deal with the high heat, they've actually put the slides and so on inside of an enclosed structure that provides shade for it. They incorporate water features and so on if you like. More of these modular components. The one on the upper left, they have that smaller kind of trampoline-y type setup, and they have much larger ones as well, a company that they work with. This is the issue. Some people are more concerned about certain communities about having high visibility. A parent wants to sit on the bench and make sure they can see everything. And inclusive play is what is part of the ADA concerns, to make sure in some communities they can dedicate the entire playground for full accessibility, putting poured-in-place rubber matting, a very expensive approach, and making it accessible to everybody, even with the swings and things. And so trying to flip through a few of these slides just to get you a feel for the difference between this and the modular prefabricated systems. And one of the big efforts really is up front. There is this outreach effort to the schools and the community to get a design done. And once that's complete and all the designs are worked out, there's a big effort, a time in there needed for several months to develop this committee where we have to, typically they work on fundraising. That could be an effort. A lot of, for instance, lumber companies might be interested in donating wood, and restaurants possibly food for the volunteers during the work effort. And they have a process where you certify which tools will be used there, saws and things like that for safety. And try to get out the word to get extra volunteers and get more help. And so parents can work. They have child care set up there as well. And so it's kind of a full, at least they've got it wired. I think that the big benefit of one of these consultants is they have done it for 30 years, and they know how to facilitate this process. They've got it pretty well wired. And the big push is it's not a kit, it's a site built by the community. So typically it takes about 2 weeks for a bigger project like ours. It might head for 2 weeks. There's 2 or 3 of their consultants on site during the construction. They have team captains they develop during the coordination process that would be helpful as experts in different areas. And they would have name tags already set up for when everybody's volunteering those days, that you know if a person's certified, hey, yeah, you shouldn't be touching the table saw, or you better stay over in the arts and crafts area, or different sections. So they kind of separate the skilled from the unskilled. And then, but they really emphasize that they can utilize all the volunteers. There's all kinds of kids that want to get involved and get really excited about this. So the idea that you can do artwork and integrate it with tiles and so on, if artists in the community are helpful. Safety is a big issue, and they do basically the major rule is anybody under 18 is not allowed to use power tools. And we probably would have to check carefully on a few of the over 18 as well. And I think the biggest thing on this approach is it's all about community pride. There's a big investment on the community that comes through, and it generally shows all of the cities I've talked to all over the country. They talk about that playground that was built with this kind of approach is a big pride issue for the community. I mean, there's even people that get out and defend these playgrounds. You might see somebody vandalizing a modular playground and not get too upset about it, but when somebody messes with these playgrounds because the community built it, you might see somebody get a little angry. So, and it's a big deal opening days. A lot of the community revs up and really gets behind a big ribbon cutting ceremony, and they just have all kinds of angles that they go through. So one of the big things here, I think, that when we talked about it in the facility committee under the Parks and Rec Commission was, do we really have the volunteer effort that could make this kind of thing happen? So we're very lucky that the Ojai Valley Lions Club has stepped in and generously said they would be glad to lead the volunteer effort. So those are a bunch of really qualified contractors and experienced folks in the Ojai Valley that would be a terrific leadership. And I think we all agree that with their leadership, the volunteer support, that would be the perfect, solid volunteer effort to get things established. There'll be a lot more volunteers that we can get to help with everything else, but with their support, it sounds like we could definitely make a project like this happen. So the Parks and Rec Commission considered the input from the Facilities Committee at January 8th, and they unanimously supported the community build RFP approach. There was a rough schedule discussed that if the council proceeds with authorizing a formal RFP process to move this forward, that we would come back for a contract, get the outreach and design done in spring and summer, do the coordination through the summer, and then build this project in the fall. And there has been one particular modular playground manufacturer that contacted me, and they'd really like to get in this as well. They think that they're the first slides that I showed under modular, and they think that they could do something like this. They have a couple registered architects on their staff, and they would like to see if they can do it. I should say there's really not a lot of firms I'm able to find that do the community build design. It's really this Leathers Associates nationwide that's recognized for doing this. So it's essentially the two options, the modular pre-built approach or the community design build. And I think some of these, at least one, if we make the RFP flexible enough, we can request that, for instance, one firm that has some pretty exciting features could do it. It still wouldn't be a custom build, although they're thinking if they could do it, it'd be new for them, whereas this one company has it really wired. So I think that's the basic layout that I wanted to present to you, just so you see what the Parks and Rec Commission went through. Any questions?
Council member have any questions for Greg? No.
One.
Yeah, Council member Haney.
Greg, this project was initiated a long time ago as far as the refurbishment or replacement of play equipment, but recently it was brought to the Rec and Parks Commission based on having more shade cloth or more shade coverage. And while I see it for the children, I don't see it for the adults. And that was one of the issues was I'm bringing my children out and they've got a place to play in the shade, and I'm sitting out in 110 degrees watching them. So I would just like to see more shade coverage if possible.
I think part of that design approach, this community design build approach, is get the input from everybody and make sure that happens. They can provide shade cloths fabric approach, or they could even do it in a more recycled lumber timber approach. There's a few different ways they can do that.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that it's nice to see that that volunteer organizations in the community, particularly the Ojai Valley Lions Club, has stepped forward to offer their assistance. And then the Ojai Rotary West, which is the club that I belong to, has earmarked $17,000 that we were going to provide the shades, the sunshades. But now that we're looking at a different design, I believe the club has authorized the $17,000 to come in as a straight donation. So that's really nice to know that we've got service organizations in the community that are willing to step up when we need them as well.
Any other questions, Council?
No, just one last one. So Greg, when you write the RFP, do you direct it more to design build, or do you direct it more to prefab modular? How do you do that so that you get apples to apples?
The recommendation from the Parks and Rec Commission.
No, if you're going to put the RFP out, do you write it towards community? What's
the community design build, and it would be
versus
it would be
modular,
right?
Because they're two different entities.
Yeah,
so
and it would be it'd be oriented towards the community design build.
Okay,
and that's really what the Parks and Rec Commission's recommendation was, unanimous support, because really it had the two options, right? Was more modular approach, modular pre-built, prefabricated, or this community build. Keeping in mind the community build can use all kinds of modular features around it. And then we have this one company that really is gun-ho as a modular company to meet this community design approach. So we'll try to leave it flexible enough so we get possibly other proposals as well.
Any other questions, or I'm going to open it to public, see if they have any public comment. Yes, Mr. Walker.
Greg Walker. In my day job, I'm the field trip coordinator for Valley Oak Charter School. We're a K through 12th grade charter school here in the Ojai Valley. About once a year, we take our kids up to Alameda Park, and they just absolutely love Kids World. It's a real magnet for kids. They go nonstop 2 hours and just love every minute of it. So I highly recommend that you go with that group. It's just amazing. And we're building our new campus next year over by the Catholic Church, and so if you're looking for something to do with the old play structure, we'd be happy to take it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Yes.
Joel Anderson, I think the community approach is fantastic. This is what the town needs to integrate, bring everybody together. It's not building a playground, it's building a community of people. And you get this thing done, bring in the Historic Society, planning, everybody, and you can be proud of this. It's not just a generic bunch of metal. And honestly, when they built that 10, 15 years ago, the colors, sorry, I have an art degree, I can talk in this field, the colors are off, you know, and just do it for the kids. Bring them in. They're the next, you know, bring them in. Let them design. I designed my dream house when I was in 11th grade. We did a plan, you know, it's great, and you had to describe every room too. Still have it. It's a good experience. Do it.
Any other questions, or anybody else from public wanting to comment?
I'm sorry, I'm not public, but I wanted to clarify one thing briefly. Is that yeah, with the modular design approach, you really buy in an entire package. They generally prefabricate, build, and install the whole package. They're generally not interested in having volunteers do it. They say it complicates it, just should not be involved. This other option that was recommended by Parks and Rec Commission is really hiring a design consultant facilitator. They facilitate the whole process for approximately 10% of the budget. We'd expect a proposal in the roughly $30,000 range. So, and then after that's already designed and built, we go out and buy the materials and work with donations and everything else to get the most bang for the buck that we can get out of the project.
That's great. I'm going to close public hearing and turn it back to council. Any further comments? No? I just want to thank you. And I actually was at that Park and Recreation Commission meeting as a liaison, and I was pretty excited. And as a parent, I'm just excited to try out the park too. I mean, I don't know what Council Member Haney's saying about we need shade cloth, because I like playing in them too. So I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Mr. Mayor. I will move that we authorize the city manager to request proposals for a community design build approach of the proposed Libby Park playground.
I second it.
Roll call.
Blapp,
Yes.
Wyrick,
An emphatic yes, love the community-based approach, and also don't forget the other major interest group I represent, grandparents.
Haney,
Grandparents mean shade cloth. Yes.
Blatz,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes. I do want to point out that it is 9:30 and we do have a rule in the book that says no new items after 10:30. I'm going to proceed with the order of the agenda, but I do want to be courteous to, we have a presentation from SECE, and
So, excuse me,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. SCE is not going to be able to make the presentation tonight.
Okay.
So we don't need to worry about
well,
that.
we might have to table that item for next.
That
next
would be
meeting.
fine.
Okay. So moving on to the agenda, item number 6, authorization to submit a request for proposal Sarasota master plan.
And Mr. McClary will be making this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Well, moving on to another request for proposals with another city park so that we can improve our recreation facilities. This is a request to authorize the city manager to issue a request for proposals for a Sarasota Park master plan. We've had quite a bit of discussion with the Park and Recreation Commission and also with the City Council over the last year or so about additional amenities and features that we would like to see in our parks, and in particular in Sarasota Park. And we've talked about everything from outdoor basketball court to other facilities that we want to have out there. And in the discussion with the Park and Recreation Commission, we really felt that we were at the point where we would be doing a disservice to the city and the community if we just started plopping things out there where we thought that they would best go. So it was really the Parks Commission felt that we really need to get somebody who was well-versed in park planning, who could come in as a professional, engage the community, and take a look at Sarasota Park and how we can best design that going forward, and with some of the things that we'd like to be able to cram in there. So we took this to the Parks Commission. It was actually back in the fall, and they supported this recommendation. They recommended using the park tax fund to fund this. The park tax fund currently has $22,331 in it. I'm not aware that we've ever tapped into the park tax fund since it was established in the 1970s for the acquisition or planning of new recreation facilities or parks. We think the staff feels that the $20,000 recommended is enough to do the job. But there is additional money in the park tax fund if the city council wanted to increase that up to, say, $22,000. And I would be remiss if I didn't fully communicate the Park and Recreation's recommendation. They wanted to see that this budget be increased a little further if the city council was willing to put any money into the general fund towards this, but they did not have a specific recommendation as to the increase in that amount. But again, our staff's recommendation is to issue the RFP at a $20,000 level. Or if you wanted to, you could max out the take from the park acquisition fund and take that up to $22,000. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any question from council? I have a couple questions. In terms of, it's staff recommendation that $20,000 is sufficient to do a master plan for Sarasota Park.
That's correct.
Would it be sufficient to conceptually or look at other parks, for example, Livy Bowl, in doing kind of a master plan, if there's components that don't seem appropriate for Sarasota Park to be placed in Libby Bowl? Is that part of the?
By Libby Bowl, you mean Libby
or
Park,
Libby
the
Bowl,
whole
yeah,
park
Libby
area?
Park, yeah.
I don't know why we couldn't expand that. Of course, you know, the more that you add into this, it potentially dilutes down the other work. But I don't think that doesn't sound to me like a huge consideration. In fact, it almost sounds to me what we're saying is, in your analysis of Sarasota Park, and in your analysis of kind of our wish list, and then however that shakes out, depending on where those things fit or don't fit, I guess the question could be, could those be relocated in Libby Park or some other location? Or maybe the other question would be, are there things that we're talking about doing in Sarasota that would be better suited in the Libby Park area? I don't think that sounds like it would be expanding the scope of this contract too significantly.
Okay. Any other questions from council? No?
Steve, I love the idea, obviously, and I think the short-term goal was to actually focus on Sarasota and the elements that was needed. Regarding Libby Park, I think it'd be a great idea to transition down the road into actually assessing that environment and seeing what we could do to the backside. And I'll throw it out there that we also have another facility in this city. I should say it's right outside the city, and that's what's our county park?
Soul Park?
Soul Park, that is actually within our semi-boundaries and all the people that we take care of. I think it'd be something to throw out there that one day we look at that and visit how to bring that into our system if it's feasible. So I'm just bringing it up. I think it's a good time to do it, but I love the fact that we're starting with Sarasota.
Any other questions? I'm going to open up to the public. Any comments from public? No? I'll turn it back to council and see if they have any recommendations or motions. Not hearing any. I'll motion to authorize the city manager to issue the attached request for proposals for the Sarasota Park Master Plan.
Second.
Roll
Clapp.
call.
Wyrick.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatt.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Item number 6 is a verbal report from our council member, Wyrick, and council member.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, and I should have made this a little bit more clear. In the motion, are you going with staff's recommendation of the $20,000?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well,
Would you like to take the lead? Go ahead.
it doesn't matter to me. We haven't gotten that far on the, we're establishing essentially a focus group for vacation rentals and ideas on how we can proceed with developing a policy for vacation rentals in the community. Thus far, we've established memberships. Oh, thank you. So the members, the people that we have approached and have agreed to participate in the focus group are Larry Wild, Judy Murphy, Lynn Gardner, Chet Hilgers, Jane Spiller, and potentially Kathy Hartley. So that is a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, and we felt that that would be really a nice balance of different types of viewpoints from within the community, and also not so big that it can't be managed. And
Now, I'd just like to mention that I've already been impressed, I know Councilperson Clapp as well, has been by the thoughtful input we've gotten unsolicited from the community. It's not time to dwell on this excessively, except to say that I'm very optimistic that this group and other people that have really thought about this are going to provide a lot of thoughtful input. I think we're probably going to come up with concepts that perhaps haven't been discussed publicly yet, a balancing of interests, the handling this issue. That's a very sensitive issue in an Ojai manner, and that protects our community standards, but still allows some of the flexibility that perhaps we require in some limited way. All of this, believe me, Councilman Clapp and I do not have any preconceived notions on this. We're really looking at trying to get community input. We're already getting a lot of thoughtful community input, and I'm very optimistic we're going to have a good report for council.
to speak further on that, yes, is that there's no intention on our part to lead the group at all in the discussion. We're going to turn it over to the group and get their input without any sort of editorial comment on our part and any sort of attempt to manipulate the discussion, because we feel that it's important to get the community input without any of our interference in that process.
Any questions from council? Yes, sir.
Is it all right to post something on the website, and who would be the main contact person, and what contact information would you like me to post?
Can you wait a few days for us to finalize
Yes.
the membership?
Thank you.
And then we will contact you. Okay.
Oh, can I ask, hey, guys, on your membership, it's a cross-section, obviously, of the community, and hopefully we have owners of renters, or rentals, as well as non-owners of rentals?
Yes, matter of fact, Larry Wild is from the real estate community. Judy Murphy is not a vacation rental owner. She's sort of a member at large, a citizen at large. Do you feel comfortable saying these other things?
Yeah, well, Lynn Gardner has intimate knowledge of the whole issue of vacation rentals. They've been involved in that in some degree. Chet Hilger, of course, knows the community intimately and has some strong feelings about how how we maintain neighborhood integrity, as does Jane Spiller, and we're going to be Kathy Hartley was proposed by the chamber.
And she's a hotelier.
We're a hotel representative, so we feel we've kind of covered the bases. And I was thinking of you and your comments as we went through trying to put together this list. So,
I know this is a verbal report, but I'm just going to give the public the opportunity to see if they have any comments. Yes, Mr. Beam.
Just one comment. This activity, because you take a residential use and you allow it to operate commercially, distorts the values of residential real estate and virtually kills the opportunity for rentals, which affects, people that are already disenfranchised from having a decent place to live. That pattern has been noted and repeated in a lot of other communities that are considered very, very nice places to be. I've shared with Councilmember Wyrick some of the news clippings I've saved on this. That's really what it's about. I want a place where the people that I see during the day, whether it's the market or going out to dinner or whatever, actually have a chance to live. Thank you, Bob. And this activity, because of the amount of money raised, is crazy. Completely distorts the values of a residential real estate. And people buying it thinking, well, the city does nothing, so we're going to do what we want, make lots of money. There are victims in it. Thank you.
Yes, Joel. Sir Anderson.
I think you have to remember that probably Krishnamurti and Beatrice Wood came here and stayed in somebody's house, and they probably didn't pay a TOT tax to do that. So.
Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Hanson.
I was unaware that the selection was being made because I have a friend of mine who has a lot of knowledge, came from a community where vacation rentals were very much there and how it ruined that community. And she really wanted to be on this panel, and she wasn't aware, nor was I, that it was being chosen or picked. And is it too late for another person to be on it?
In response to that, we have not really had a chance to sit down and discuss further a whole game plan for how we're going to operate. But just off the top of my head, we wanted to start with a small group so it was manageable. But I would suspect Mr. Ulrich agrees with me that I'm sorry, Mr. Wyrick, that's ironic. Would agree that we would probably go from that to community input and a community workshop, at least within districts, or it's certainly more than one community workshop as well, which would give people an opportunity to speak as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And she is certainly more than welcome to email her feedback as well before we even have sort of a community workshop, any of her thoughts on the matter, which would, like Bill said, we're already getting a lot of these kinds of emails.
Any other comments from public?
Okay.
No? I just want to also echo those. If there's, my concern when you were picking the focus group was, is there going to be an opportunity for anybody else to participate, or is there going to be a mechanism that's going to be developed where they could have their thoughts given to you guys? But also, and it's a good comment that our city clerk said, if there's some way that we could put it on the internet or use some type of advertising or just a tool to have those comments posted.
I think that's an excellent comment. We'll certainly embrace that.
Yeah, and I do like to know this has never been done that I've observed city politics. So I am excited. I'm optimistic of this new type of procedure. So I do want to say we're going to move on to the next item. But before we move on to the next item, I do want to take just a quick, less than 5-minute break just to take care of yourself and and prepare for for the next items. So thank you. And we're gonna continue the meeting so we can have everybody find their seat. We are going to begin with item number 7, which is overview of directors exempt to design review permits regulation regarding protection of archaeological resources and zoning clearance. And I'll turn it to staff for their report.
Thank you, and Ms. Wald will be making this presentation.
Good evening. I should begin by saying that I was asked to provide an overview of those three particular things, and I would start by indicating that there has been concerns over the past year that I've been here regarding when and how a director makes a director's exemption from design review permit, how the public's made aware of these decisions before they're made and even after they're made for appeal purposes, and just exactly how the process is for zoning clearances. So I'll go a little bit through those a little bit tonight for you. In addition, just recently there's been, the public has expressed concerns about how the city processes relate to cultural resources and what the thresholds are. When does a project require a phase 1, a phase 2, or even an environmental impact report? So I'll start out with the director's exemptions, and that is to say that there are provisions in our code, and they've been used often in the past, whereby a director may grant an exemption from the design review permit when, in his or her opinion, the project and those improvements proposed are minor in nature, and the review of the commission would not serve to carry out the purposes of the design review process. It's important to note that this is not an admin process, but rather an exemption. So that it really occurs without any type of hearing. So there's no noticing, and I think there goes by where the public feels that there just really isn't a due process by where the public can know what's going on. So we have presented, in the staff report, I've presented what the director's exemption for this year, the past year, 2014, with a little descriptor by it so that you can see what types of exemptions were approved in 2014. Also give you an example of how many were done in the past 4 years. And obviously, in the past, there have been somewhat major projects that have been exempt. So with that, we offer up that that we feel that the director's exemption in some form or another is really still valid for such things as you see on our list, such as window replacements in non-historic buildings or replacement of landscaping, installation of awnings and things of that nature, because it allows those particular homeowners or, business owners to kind of continue with expedited review process that allows them to go forward, but still has a level of review beyond the building permit process. We also provide that in some cities there's an administrative process. So there's a hearing held by the director. They send a notice out to people within 300 feet. They post the property. Sometimes it's 100, just depending on the city and what they're adopted. Post the property, so there's a hearing notice on the property itself, and then of course that would generate either feedback from the public, either pro or con, maybe letters of opposition. Depending on the amount of opposition, then the director has the option of elevating that back up to Planning Commission. If they hold a hearing and there isn't opposition, then obviously, the director would take action. So we also offer that as an option to the city council, that they can consider directing staff to actually just rewrite the ordinance to allow a 3-tiered process. Would like to say that currently staff is, if we're doing a director's exemption, there's a process now we've implemented at the request of the city manager where we review and determine if it qualifies for an exemption. In other words, as I said previously, that it's something that's truly minor in nature. There's not a reason for it to go to the Planning Commission. And then if we're proposing to grant an exemption, that's forwarded to the City Council. And if no comments are received, then we go ahead and issue it. So that's still under consideration whether you want us to continue doing that. Then moving on, I just have some information in the staff report regarding noticing. And it's kind of a long drawn-out state code over how noticing occurs. I'd just like to provide that for you because in the bold I put down, or post at least 10 days prior to the hearing in at least 3 public places within the boundaries of the agency, including 1 public place in an area directly affected by the proceedings. Many cities do this, even though you have an or in there, you don't have to. It just gets back to the issue of, how the people who are directly affected by anything we're doing, what's the most direct way to get them, knowledge if something's going on. Placing it on kind of what you see when the alcohol beverage does it, this place is getting a liquor license, placing it on a window or on a stake in front of the property, that's the subject property. It's a clearest way for somebody. I was out walking today. I was out walking my dog. I saw this sign. So we're offering that even though it's not required by law, it is an or. Many cities use it as an and insist that be done. And it amounts to, a city would need to invest in, a hammer and some stakes and a laminating machine and have someone go out there and hammer it in. And so I just offer that up, that's one way to get a little bit more public participation, knowledge of what's going on with applications that are pending. So moving on, then we're on to cultural resources, and just like to point out that there's lots of ways that people do thresholds. There are you can have your own local CEQA guidelines, your environmental thresholds by practice. CEQA is really a practice by where you should be consistent all the time and use it. So that's what I say by practice. That's just typical within the profession. I provided a link for you for the Santa Barbara County Planning. I didn't want to print it out. It's 172 pages. They've done all kinds of thresholds for everything beyond cultural resources, biological, you name it. The city can endeavor to take on some large project like that and do thresholds for all kinds of things, and it would work kind of hand in hand with what the public was saying earlier tonight about how do you make sure that environmental documents really reflect Ojai. Well, you create a document like this that really sets down parameters and thresholds. But that's a very large project, very large undertaking, and probably would be considerable budget to get it done. And so with that, we're just addressing or wanting to carve out and address cultural resources. I just provided an example of an ordinance that from the jurisdiction I came from before here, and where, so I would say that Morro Bay has probably 10 times the amount of known sites as Ojai. It's really common, much more common than here. And they had this threshold of 300 feet where they require the phase 1. It's very controversial because, of course, if you have to go through the phase 1, it's very expensive, often $6,000 to $10,000 to do a phase 1. Lots of people don't like it, but it does protect resources. So the larger you make that threshold, if you looked at the Santa Barbara one, theirs is on-site, not 300 feet, but on-site. So theirs is actually more conservative, or I guess however you want to look at it. It would encompass less properties than ours would if you proposed 300, and that's what we use right now. So we do have a map that designates sites. And there are procedures, standard procedures, where you would ask for a records search to see if there's anything else out there that through the appropriate agency that we don't know about. So I just give this as an example as an ordinance and all the parameters inside of it are all capable of being amended to your taste of whether you think it should be on site or within 300 feet or a quarter mile. Just know that you take in more properties, and then that is will amount to a greater cost for those people doing projects if they're doing any ground disturbing activities. And finally, we'll just talk about zoning clearances, which is just our way of taking things in that come in ministerially, such as building permits and business licenses and just different things of that nature. And we take them and we read the code and we look at those things, and then we make a judgment whether all the boxes are checked and it meets all the parameters. It's very objective. We're not using discretion. That's why it's ministerial permit, not a discretionary permit. And I think there was just some, I'm not really aware of exactly what the issue is with that, other than, of course, they're done and then there's not really a public process to it, because it's either you meet this parameter and you fall within those guidelines or you don't. So we don't have an opportunity to condition those things. And so I just wanted to give you an idea of why we do that. And I'm not sure. I hope that I responded to the question at hand regarding zoning clearances. And with that, I just want to say that, that that some of these things, as we do more and more processes and we make them more complex, they do take longer, and it does take longer in staff's time. And so again, there's a budget issue with that, depending on how much staffing we have and what the workload is. And with that, I just would offer to you that our recommendation is that you direct staff to revise the design review permit regulations, excuse me, to allow for the following: provide for an administrative level review, which would include a noticed hearing; B, posting of the site with a hearing notice; and C, require a design review permit for any type of development if within 300 feet of a mapped ARC site. And then second, you direct staff to process a text amendment to the City of Ojai's municipal code to add a section for the protection of archaeological resources or adoption of environmental thresholds. And that concludes my report.
Any question for staff?
No, I have a comment.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
My concern has always been with the director's exemption is it depends on the director. And my concern has been, and I've seen it since I've been on the council, that sometimes a director will give an exemption when they shouldn't, because he or she doesn't have the knowledge of the community that somebody that's an elected official would have. And sometimes they won't give the exemption when they should have. And I think it's because our directors typically aren't from our community. They don't know exactly what's going on in our community. And so when I was mayor, I suggested that there be a review process if a director's exemption was going to be denied. Well, in this case, you're saying if you're going to grant an exemption, that it's going to have to come before the council. I think you should do the exact same thing if it's a discretionary approval, that if you're going to approve, if you're not going to approve it, I think it should come with exactly the same type of notice to the council, because it puts the directors into a position of having to second guess the community when, quite frankly, if you haven't been in the community very long, there's no way possible that you would know whether that particular exemption is going to be objectionable or not. And it's gotten Ojai in trouble over the last year because of that. So my suggestion would be, if we're going to have some sort of a review process and at least a posting on the things that are going to be exempted, there should be a posting on some of the things that are not going to be exempted.
Any other questions or comments?
More of a comment. Between the director's exemption issue all the way through the cultural resources issue, this is a broad swath. And I got to tell you, I'm anxious to hear comments from the public, but as I look at this, I'm not sure how I would feel comfortable adopting any of these recommendations given how broad a swath this is right tonight, all right? I think just in terms of comments, I think the stopgap that we have on page 7-2 is appropriate to continue. The 1, 2, 3, 4 procedure from the city manager is something to continue while we work through all of this. As a stopgap, I think posting is an excellent and long overdue practice that we should consider as part of a package. The CEQA issue is, the broad swath getting into the cultural resources, the CEQA matter. I remain concerned that the intent of CEQA, as I understand it, is that it be at the front of the process, not in the middle or the back of the process, because it's intended to be part of the whole, integrated into the whole design process itself in terms of identifying issues with CEQA to some extent. In other words, it's a front-end process as much as possible. And then second of all, there's some new legislation out here, as I understand it. AB 52 being one example. You know, as far as adopting existing code from other cities, we've got a new statute on the books coming down the pike that I think everyone's going to be incorporating. And we'll talk more about that later, but I want to make sure that we don't get into kind of putting something in place now that's going to have to be changed again really fast, because this new legislation, we're waiting the regulations right now from the appropriate state agencies how to implement this. That has to do with the interaction with the tribal consultancies. So I just wanted to make those comments in terms of my initial reaction.
Any other comments, questions?
Mr. Mayor, members
Yes,
of the
sir.
council, if I could add an observation on the particularly director's exemption. When this came up and I was working with staff in terms of trying to evaluate the ordinance, it's very clear that as drafted, it's kind of like it was a sequel, like a categorical exemption. Couldn't conceivably have any foreseeable environmental impact. Therefore, the project is exempt. That is the character. There's no such thing called a director's exemption. That doesn't. I mean, we've created that as a decision-making tool. It's an exemption from design review, but there are absolutely no standards, and I think whatever you recommend staff do going forward on this, whatever process we adopt, there should be some process for notice and decision making regarding the exemption. We need better standards on just as we're talking about CEQA and thresholds. You know, with all your other entitlements, findings you make with variances and conditional use permits, there's all findings involved. The idea here is to identify those projects that are so small, so simple that you don't want to put the property owner through the process. We need clear standards so the public knows what that threshold is too. And the other point I was going to make is one, the Mayor Pro Tem talked about the issue about having the council decide these things or something. One of the ideas is when you have an exemption process, it's supposed to be a simplistic process because it's so far below the level of significance you don't have to deal with it. One way to deal with that is just to suppress that threshold low enough that that more projects simply go through a design review process. You don't have to deal with the whole issue of appealing whether it should go through design review or not. You set some standards and simply say you get down that very low threshold, then you simply it goes through design review, and it has built-in notice and hearings and evidence and all that. So in some ways we've created this entitlement, which is not an entitlement, that we call a director's exemption, that really is intended, I mean, in its best sense, is an administrative process because it's only to catch the very small projects that just in equity and fact don't need to go through the process. It shouldn't become an entitlement process with its own appeal process that may result with then someone going back into design review. You could just go through design review.
Right. Yes, Mr. Clark?
Could I ask Ms. Wold to just explain the process that we went through at Ojai Valley School? Because I think it exemplifies why sometimes there's a need to have an administrative process that's expedited but still allows for public input.
Yes.
Okay, so the Ojai Valley School decided that they wanted to make a couple of amendments to their already previously approved plans due to budget constraints. So they were going to remove a couple of things from their building permit. There were things that were relatively minor, such as a pilaster on a or the finials on the end of a masonry wall. They were really pretty minor. They were going to change from pavers to stamped concrete just things like that. Look the same, but different applications to save money. So they're very minor. And so they were in the middle of construction when they had cost overruns. You know, they were in the middle of doing their improvements out there. So we brought them in, and the decision was to hold an administrative hearing. We noticed everybody as you would if you were going to Planning Commission. We had the mailing list because they had already gone before. So we used those mailing lists to notice the public we were going to have this meeting, and then I held a hearing here. No one came except for the Ojai Valley School. They were the only ones. We opened it up and took testimony. And of course there wasn't, so it gave that opportunity for someone like myself to know if there was going to be controversy in the community, because of course it was noticed. And so is that kind of enough? And so I think that's what we were trying to do. Was often that is how someone in my position finds out that there's an issue, is we tell the public we're doing something and invite their comments. And then based on that, you're not doing making a decision in a vacuum. You are really hearing from those people within 300 feet, and even anybody who's in the community, because once it becomes known, everyone talks. And so that 10-day notice that goes out from the day one where it's posted on the property versus being in the paper, which is fine. You're required to do that. But the minute day one it goes on the property and you have 10 days that sign is out there, you start getting that feedback from the public of how Ojai sees that project.
Mr. Mayor, and I agree with that. That's a previously approved project, and that was a perfect way to handle it. But I'm talking about where history has shown that to change the numbers on hotel doors, we told them they had to have a design permit because the director determined that significantly changed the outside of the building. Well, anybody that would look at that in a realistic way is going to think that that's overkill.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Haney.
Kathleen, I think one of the issues was, let's use 1105. The fact that was given an exemption, and the posting to me doesn't matter. It's the fact that it was given an exemption and no one knew about it. For me, I'd like to treat things like that as if you're, first of all, it's public trust and we have to trust you. Second of all, the person that you report to has to trust you. So I would see that would be the second level. If you're going to create an exemption, that you're going to pass that exemption on to the city manager, and then the city manager at that point can ask these questions of the who, what, when, and why, and how. And I kind of treat it as the code enforcement statement that we get. Send it to us if you're going to make an exemption for the little things. But you as a director should know what's little and what's small without living in this community. You know, putting up a 6-foot block wall, 160 feet long, on a private residential that hasn't been worked on in who knows how many years might just be a red flag for you. Because you're going to do some research. So that's the first thing. When I look at this exemption, it's the public having the opportunity to know that we're making the right decisions and that there's more than one set of eyes looking at them. That's the first thing. The second thing regarding CEQA and the cultural aspects of this, I think that's a discussion that should have its own day and time. I just don't think it's something we could tackle here tonight. I think there's a lot of thought and there's a lot to be educated on, and just a lot more, I know for me personally, input that I'd like from the community and from the smart people in our community regarding just this activity. So to me, getting back, is this exemption I think is pretty simple. If you're going to give one, or if you have the right to give one, let someone know it, let someone agree to it, and let us know about it. That's my take on that.
I do have some questions too regarding some of the staff report, but I think I'm going to turn it over to the public to have them comment first, and then we'll turn it back and we'll see where this takes us. So, Julie Tamamaya Stinsley.
Good evening, council members, staff, and community. Thank you for being here. My name is Julie Tumamayat Stensley. I live at 365 North Poli in Miners Oaks. I have 3 questions. Are the recommended actions on archaeological resources informed or supported by any current dialogue or input from the local Chumash community? If not, why? And if not now, when? Given the report's discussion of both cultural and archaeological resources, are the actions recommended inclusive only of archaeological resources? We need to talk about spiritual places, sacred places, and burials. Is the city truly satisfied that the recommended actions will bring the city up to contemporary best practices consistent with the city's cultures and value? A lot of people are going to be explaining all these CEQA things, and I'm going to let them do that. I was here at the Neff Lounge hearing and council meeting I guess it's been a while ago. And it was mentioned at the end of our comments that, there's a lot of emotion here. And, where emotion's all well and good, it really doesn't demonstrate much fact. And, so I thought, okay, well, I'm going to come in with some emotion because that's sometimes all we have as Native peoples is coming in from that place. For myself and others who are engaged in cultural resources and engaged in our culture, we have been, intervening in the illegal sale of artifacts and stopping that. We have helped to restore and not possibly return, I don't think it'll ever go back, but sacred stones, ceremonial stones removed from their place of origin and used as lawn ornamentation. And for decades, we have seen and heard of the desecration of our sites all around our entire 7,000 square mile territory, including the 4 Channel Islands. We have received skulls that were kept on mantles as souvenirs, and one returned not too long ago in a box to the help of Ojai with a big load of thrift store donations. That's what we deal with as Native peoples. And for facts, during the mission period, the lifespan of a child was 8 years old. That was a whole entire generation that left. And what it left also is my parents' generation not having a voice, being stifled. And so, we move in this place of being diligent. It's our generation here that is taking charge. And we need to find that place where we can be of service and support and help this community. We've been doing that for quite some time now. And I think it's about time that we invest with the city council in helping and supporting you and helping you with this knowledge that we've had. The map is outdated. It's no good. And we need to increase that scope of radius to a 1/4 mile, not 300 feet. So we are here to help, and we will invest in this process. So thank you.
Patrick Tumamite at 992 El Camino Corto in Miners Oaks. I want to thank Mr. Mayor Lara and the council for hearing me out tonight. We talk about the integrity of the archaeological sites and the archaeological structures here in the valley. We hold them very close in value to our hearts. And that's great, that's wonderful. But what about the integrity of the people? The integrity of the decisions that are made by yourself and others like the community? How can we uphold the integrity of this whole valley if destruction of archaeological sites is occurring and historical sites are occurring? We're here as stewards of this valley. And, when I come to these meetings, we stand before the flag and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And the last part is for liberty and justice for all. I'm not asking a lot. I want to be able to be treated equal and be on the same page as the council and the community. And all I'm asking you to do is do the right thing. Because by the end of tonight, when we go out that door, I want to feel good about it. I want to feel good about what you guys decide and how the community feels about the archaeological resources in this valley. So I hope that you can make the right decision and follow through so that when we leave this building and close that door, it's a good feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just offer my observation. The comments you've heard from tribal representatives are not only their heartfelt feelings, but they also reflect the new law. So you can borrow whatever you want from Santa Barbara, and I guarantee you it's not going to be consistent with AB 52. Let me tell you why. AB 52 has three really main elements to it, or four. One is it recognizes the unique qualification of Native American groups and they're in a geographic area to determine what is of cultural significance to that group, one. Two, it adds a new definition of impact, we normally call it, under CEQA, to include, it says, establish new categories, resources, California Environmental Quality Act called, quote, tribal cultural resources that considers tribal cultural values in addition to, okay, scientific and archaeological values when determining impacts and mitigation. So, recognizes the special abilities in place of Native American groups to speak to those issues, recognizes a new category of impacts, but more importantly, it also gives them not a belated place at the table to discuss these things, but an invitation early in the CEQA process to meet and discuss with the decision-making agency these types of issues, and expressly requires that lead agencies notify tribal groups where they have requested notice with respect to their activities prior to the time that any decision is made that mitigated neg deck or a EIR or what have you has to be prepared. So there's a consultation requirement at the front end that is mandatory. It's not optional. And it recognizes the special and unique qualifications of Native American groups to speak to these areas that consider tribal cultural values and how they may be affected by a decision. So this is not merely their perspective. This is state law in California. So to aid your staff, and this is only with respect to the part of your director's comment on cultural resources, let me give you a copy of both the Legislative Council's assessment of the legislation and the legislation itself. I think getting together with these good people is a very good idea, and I think it's mandatory under state law. Starting in July, these processes will click in. The state guidelines for the implementation of them, further defining what has to be done, are probably going to trail by well over a year, but you're still going to be subject to the law.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Pat or Julie, there you are. Have either of you had an opportunity to review the provisions of AB 52?
No, I have not. Maybe my sister has.
Okay.
I'm aware of the consultation, and that's what's really important about the situation. You know, talking about the discretionaries and ministerial, permits that are exempt. It's pretty obvious when you're going to put numbers on their door. How, where do you take it? Mm-hmm. Every project in this town that that's proposed as a building or any large particular site, or anybody who purchases land in this valley, there's an act by the realtor that should divulge whether or not they know of an archaeological site. So that kind of starts, that's from the get-go. If that realtor knows that there's an archaeological site within the vicinity or on the property, they have to divulge that information to the purchaser. So it extends further than what we're thinking.
Thank you. The only reason I brought that up was because after hearing Mr. Beam read it, it seems to me that that's exactly where we should be going, is for the consultations up front. before anything is really done.
Mr. Beam, did you have further comments? We know we cut you off.
No, I think Mr. Blatz got it right. I think as to exemptions generally, I think Councilmember Wyrick identified a number of issues that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Don Teeting?
Dawn Teeting, North Signal Street. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, thank you for hearing our concerns regarding cultural resources. I hope that you've had a chance to read my letter and the letters of others in support of cultural resource protections in Ojai. I have provided a copy of the letter and its attachments and tonight's presentation for inclusion in the official record. In Ojai, the old is the new. Ojai is blessed by a rich cultural history, a history that is not only above ground, but below ground. Tonight's discussion is simple. We are asking you to direct staff to follow the city's legally binding general plan to, quote, provide the long-term preservation or proper scientific investigation of all known and potential cultural resources within Ojai. City staff administrative report recommendations for cultural resource protections are inaccurate and deficient. Recommendations are not consistent with the Ojai General Plan and contradict existing city documents. No effort was made to consult with local Chumash tribal members, and recommendations contradict those of qualified professional archaeologists and the California Office of Historic Preservation. City staff is simply not qualified to make judgments about archaeological sites and their management. The Ojai community is very concerned about the state of cultural resources after what we have witnessed in the past 4 months alone, and continuing development with potential impacts to cultural resources. We ask that you act tonight to do the right thing. We respectfully request that you direct staff to immediately, number 1, ensure all development is consistent with the general plan. 2, follow Ojai General Plan program steps to, quote, identify and analyze known cultural resources, attempt to discover potential resources, and plan for their appropriate examination. 3, consult with the local Chumash tribal members. 4, use qualified archaeologists to make recommendations. 5, work with an advisory committee comprised of local Chumash miners and consultants, a legal consultant, a professional archaeologist, and concerned citizens. Within 90 days, we request, 1, the amendment of the zoning ordinance to conform with the Ojai General Plan and incorporate legal requirements of Senate Bill 18 and Assembly Bill number 52. 2, assess the legality of the Ojai Municipal Code 4-3.806 that allows the city manager to grant permission to remove, destroy, or otherwise disturb archaeology sites. One side note, California Penal Code 622.5 does make it illegal to disturb or destroy an archaeological site. Within 6 months, we request that programs be developed as required by the Ojai General Plan and state law to ensure cultural resource identification, evaluation, protections, and management. And number 2, coordinate cultural resource management activities with local Chumash tribal members, the California Office of Historic Preservation, and professional archaeologists. Protection of cultural resources is an achievable and necessary goal. Local Chumash monitors and consultants, archaeologists, attorneys, and informed citizens, as well as state agencies, have offered to help the city of Ojai meet its goal of conserving our cultural resources. Please honor the residents of this community and our past and vote yes on these measures to protect cultural resources and conform with the Ojai General Plan. Thank you.
Mr. Coyne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I ask you to vote tonight in support of the protection of Ojai's cultural resources, its archaeological sites, as the city's general plan requires. The city needs a new zoning ordinance to enact the real-world protections which are spelled out in the general plan. Tribal consultation must be included right away, and the city must retain an archaeologist to make recommendations during investigations of cultural resources. The city should also establish an advisory committee to provide guidance in the process of establishing the needed framework to protect cultural resources properly. The city staff is simply not qualified to do this on their own. The city staff report for tonight on cultural resources fails to clearly evaluate a number of factors that are intrinsic to cultural resource protection, such as tribal consultation, and the fact that Ojai's general plan mandates cultural resource protection regardless of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. You will by now be aware that at 1105 North Signal Street in Ojai, no environmental review was required by the city staff, and a known archaeological site might have been disturbed or destroyed, but for citizen outcry. Tonight's staff report suggests following cultural resource protection procedures from Santa Barbara and/or the city of Morro Bay. While Santa Barbara does have excellent cultural resource documents, Morro Bay is an interesting example to be mentioned. Let me read to you a few paragraphs of a letter from the California Coastal Commission in December 2011 to then city staff from Morro Bay, Kathleen Wald. We are writing to express our significant concerns about the proposed residence at Cerrito Peak. We have identified several major inconsistencies with the requirements of the city's plan relating to biological, archaeological, and other resources. Continuing the quote, with regard to archaeological resources, the site is a known sacred site, and it also contains several Native American grinding stones. The city's plan requires these significant archaeological resources to be protected. In this case, it appears the city has neglected to ensure the sacred site is protected as required by the plan, end of quotes. The question must be asked, is Kathleen Wald, now the City of Ojai's Community Development Director, with a history of failing to protect archaeological sites in 2 cities, the best person to create appropriate cultural resource protection for Ojai? Certainly not without an advisory committee that includes tribal representatives and a professional archaeologist. As to the matter of what costs may be incurred to the City of Ojai by having to retain a professional archaeologist from this point on, there are several sound reasons to support this requirement. First, the protection of the rich mosaic of archaeological sites beneath our feet requires this. Second, Ojai has avoided doing this work for several decades, so a lot of money has already been saved, while a lot of ancient sites were likely destroyed. And third, the City Council recently approved the remodel of the Ojai Valley Inn's Neff Lounge, which the inn's owner stated would bring in several $100,000 in new tax revenues to Ojai every year. What a good way to use some of those new funds to hire an archaeologist to make the appropriate decisions on protecting Ojai's Chumash and earlier sites within the city. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mr. Bruce Gerber.
Greetings, City Council and Mayor. I'm Bruce Garber. I live on Sulphur Mountain Road in Upper Ojai. And just the last 2 speakers have absolutely thoroughly and clearly reflected what I also would believe, so I'll just be very brief. So I would put, I'll just read this one little paragraph. In order to help preserve our natural and cultural heritage, I ask you, as the others have tonight, to please initiate, formulate, and create a zoning ordinance that will fully protect vital archaeological sites within the city of Ojai. And the way they've described it is, I think, the proper way to do it. And so, again, our 1987 general plan commits to this protection. So this ordinance then should include tribal consultation where Chumash sites are involved, as well as consultation with state agencies and professional archaeologists where appropriate. So that's essentially what everyone else before me, or the two speakers before me, and the four speakers before me were asking for. So I ask for the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark O'Brien.
Difficult one.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Mark Abramyuk. I live at 409 Kenyatta Street. So I'm a recent transplant to Ojai. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen as well as an archaeologist. I was just informed of issue item number 7, and so my comments will be extremely brief. I just wanted to say that I'm fully supportive of the recommendations made by Dawn in her report concerning the need to stick to Ojai's general plan and to improve upon the cultural resource management guidelines in Ojai. The cultural heritage here in Ojai Valley is extremely rich, and it is vital to protect it. It's our obligation to preserve it. If it's the time and effort to preserve cultural resources that concerns the council and the public, I can assure you all that the time and effort is negligible when weighted against the benefits that good stewardship of cultural resources can provide the community. These cultural resources concern everyone. They teach us not only about the people who lived here in the past, they teach us about what it is to be responsible human beings in this day and age. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. If I could please ask staff to lower their voice so we could hear the comments, that would be great. Sorry. Thank you. I'm also going to ask the council member, I know we have a rule that after 10:30 we're not allowed to touch on any new items. But it is brought to my attention that under the successor agency, we do need to make some motion, because I guess we have
The RDA needs to be heard tonight because we have an oversight board meeting next week that we need to.
Oversight board. So I
Mr.
guess
Mayor?
if we could recommend to just finish those items after we hear item 7.
Yes, Mr.
And-
Mayor, I would
yes.
like to recommend that we postpone item 8 and item 9.
Yes.
That'd be it. And
8, 9, and 10, right?
10, 10 we heard. We just haven't heard
Oh, yeah,
8 and
that's
9.
right. 8 and 9. Okay.
Yeah, and then go ahead and proceed with the RDA, the
Okay.
successor agency.
So we will finish up with this item. I just wanted to make sure that we get that in order. So our next speaker card, Mr. Daddy.
I want to repeat what I've heard. What I've heard is, depending on who we have as a director, we're going to get different values and different decisions. When I got up here earlier, I said we need to look at 204. We need to have the council take a look and see who we're going to have in what position. Clearly, I think people think that numbers on the front of a door doesn't really change the character of the building for the entire review. We have had 6 people in 4 years, 6 changes of offices in 4 years in a community development seat. When you look at your packet, take a look in there and tell me why one director's decision allowed a minor change of a window and one decision of a director's decision refused it. Now, when we say we're going to notify people within 300 feet, that's a sham. That's just not going to work. And here's why. I'm supportive of the Ojai School being able to change things from permeable to stamped and vice versa. And that's fine for the 300 people, the people within 300 feet. but it didn't let the people across town know that they had an opportunity for cost savings and could do the same thing. Because we keep this thing under. It's not on the website, which isn't functional. It's not out there. And what I would ask you again, review 204. I believe all of our department heads need to appear before the council, exactly as our two employees do, exactly as all the other members do, exactly as Councilman Blatt stated that we had a pretty good interview for a qualified candidate. And I think the community, not for the council, for the community needs to see who we're going to be getting. Now, we've got an RFP coming out soon for the next city attorney, and the community is going to get a chance to see what's going on. So I think we need to do that. I think this thing, when it was put in by Mr. Kirshner, was a mistake. Mr. Fletcher said some of these things, the threshold needs to be lower. Some of them, they really need to be increased. But I really think it's time to get rid of this entire process because it's deceitful to say small, minor, unobtrusive baloney. What is small? Is small under $100,000? Or is small $2,500? What is small? What is minor? So what we do is we seek to write these ordinances that give no definitive ability for the people to understand. I came here years ago and said we should adopt Florida. Florida state sued the cities and counties. And what they sued them for was because they were writing codes and ordinances that were above a reasonable person's ability to understand them. And Lord knows we've been wanting to fix ours forever. So, Mayor, I would urge you to get your commissions all to work on these problematic ordinances and rules we have. And if there are a problem and the design review isn't right and this isn't right and some other items aren't right, why don't we correct them so we can stop this process? But all of these things really need to be put on the web before we do a single one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Pat.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I have a document, and it's the Master Environmental Assessment done in 1988. And on the second page, it reads, "The entire Ojai Valley is an archaeological sensitive area." And that kind of explains the whole situation in this valley. It's a bigger and broader view of what we're dealing with. And I do appreciate your time and your efforts to be able to consult with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Yes, Joel?
I think this is a matter of fine-tuning your sensitivity and the law, your sensitivity to the community here. One of my ancestors happened to be Daniel Boone, and I had an uncle who hunted and fished with the Miami Indians at the turn of the century. Okay, and years later in the 50s, he relayed the story to me. He came upon a cave filled with Indian pottery. I think I have this on videotape when I interviewed him. I don't know. So, but I leaned into him and I said, "Well, what'd you do, Walt? Did you go in and grab all that pottery?" And he goes, "Hell no, I just walked away." And there's a big country. There's plenty of open spaces that can be found, that can do modern building or whatever is the community standard that isn't culturally sensitive without targeting stuff that isn't. And you need to be sensitive to what we have, or we're going to throw it away, and in 100 years, it's going to be gone. It's already much of it gone. Save what you got.
Thank you. Yes, Julie?
Hello, thank you again. 3 things I didn't have time to say. In CEQA, there's just 3 words: avoidance and preservation, and I'm all for that.
Sorry, Julie, I can't hear you.
Oh.
Mr. Coyne and Rhonda, if you don't mind. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I didn't want to interrupt. Yes, Julie.
I am all for avoidance and preservation. There's enough on the museum shelves as it is right now, and much of it never gets displayed or even looked at, just gathering dust. The significance is in that word significance in CEQA, and where we need to make that determination as Native peoples, not archaeologists. Scientific work, they can do that, but when it comes to that level of significance, we as our relatives that we have to deal with and explain, you know, just where we're coming from that word significance. So it's very important for that. And if we do have a advisory council committee, I believe that maybe somebody from Ventura County Planning, or because our little city's small, the county is much wider around us and surrounding us. So we need to acknowledge, and because it is part of our Ojai Valley, and as you step outside that city lines doesn't mean that the cultural villages stop. They go all the way out to the village, they go way up over those hills, they go all the way up into the upper valley and all the way down to the ocean. So within our valley, there's going to be some issues with county land too within our structure. So that's just an idea I wanted to put out there, that there may be somebody from the county and some kind of collaboration dialogue there too. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back to council, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go by each item because this is basically almost 3 or 4 items in one item, and I just want to see how we want to proceed with each one, and if there's a clear direction to staff to see how we want to resolve some of these issues. The first one has to be with the community development exemption, or it's just a director's exemption, because Public Works could also, or no, they can't, it's just more of a community. Okay, so the exemption process. Any more questions for staff or any direction? Because what I heard tonight, in which I definitely agree, is creating those standards. I think we have a lack of standards. If we're going to proceed with this exemption, with this process, we do need to clear those up, in my eyes. What I definitely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Blatz on that. If this is more of recommendation for ones that are being accepted, I think the same process should apply to the ones being denied. In my eyes, that makes sense. But it's a desire of the council how we want to, or what direction we want to point staff towards. Yes.
I don't think we should beat around the bush here. I think we've had some repeated examples over not just the last year, but over the last few years of the provision in the ordinance and the code that says for minor projects, the director can provide exemption, and I think most people fully understand that that minor word was stretched to the limit. I think anyone, reasonably would agree with that. The danger is to react so strongly against that abuse of the word minor that we get into something that becomes very intractable or expensive or unnecessarily to try to fix the problem. And so I guess what I'm searching for is, thinking of easy things. For example, the comments that Ms. Wald made, and I appreciate the work that went into this, although I think it's just a beginning, not an end. I think that for example, little things like posting make perfect sense, and is something that staff can just simply initiate right now without any action on our part, or if we think that's a good direction. In terms of getting into what you were talking about, Councilman Blatz, I think that there is I think that there's a lot of work we need to do as council people to understand the definitions of these thresholds, trying to understand exactly what the nuances would be on definitions. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm a little leery of trying to solve all of this by an ordinance change, because it comes down to having an understanding, I guess what a common sense approach about implementing those ordinances. I think the stretching of the word minor and what I would argue is perhaps some questionable judgment in terms of the interpretation of the word minor in the past is something that's solved. It can't be solved just by an ordinance change. Any wording can be stretched inappropriately if there's not the additional component that all of you have touched on now, and that is when judgments proceed without transparency, there's no check on the validity of those judgments. And so what I think is that what we need to really think through is how to have proper posting either directly right on properties or on websites, et cetera. Have different thresholds of review. We don't want to have everybody have to go through a design review. By God, no. But nevertheless, the key has to be to change the process where it simply cannot be done without some sort of public awareness. That doesn't mean necessarily a public process, but public awareness.
I definitely agree that posting could help with this situation, but also creating those defining minor. I don't know if you'd be opposed to going back to the Planning Commission, because they look at some of these things quite frequently, and I don't know if they could add or recommend or advise us to what minor means in their eyes, trying to clarify that.
And I agree. I think it's worth them studying that.
Well,
but with the principle that however defined, there's going to be public transparency or awareness of anything in terms of the classifications that are made, however defined. Excuse me.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to be able to define minor or significant when discretion is used. It's in the eye of the beholder. And the director has to make that call. But I think making the call unilaterally with no public awareness of it or public notification of it in either direction, either denying the exemption or giving the exemption, takes something away from the input that may be required in a case where the subjectivity that the director has put into the decision doesn't meet with the standards of our community. So that's why I think, you're never going to be able to have the Planning Commission define minor or significant. It is what it is in the eye of the director. But somehow we have to be made aware of those decisions so that we have some flexibility to avoid having some of the problems that we've run into over the last few years. It seems simple for a director to do that, but it's not. So my idea would be to go along with the proposal as a first step, but just have it, make sure it's on our website and make sure it goes in both directions, those discretionary denials as well.
I have a question for staff. Ms. Wold, when you go through these exemption process, do you have a checklist on what you consider minor? Do you have defined, like, for example, the size of the project, does it have to be certain size? If we're talking about cultural resources, you mentioned the sensitivity map. Do you have checklists that you go through that allows you to, or even CEQA that allows you to exempt the project?
From a design review permit?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to reading the code, and what it says in the City of Ojai's code is that when in his or her opinion are minor in nature and the review of which by the commission would not serve to carry out the purpose. So I have to make the decision that there is no purpose carried out for, nothing will be served by taking it in front of a body. That's a pretty significant threshold. So that really helps kind of, to answer your question, people who had this job before me would exempt things that I personally would not exempt, and they didn't exempt things that I would exempt. It's exactly as Mr. Blatz, or excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz would say, that it's true, okay? I tend to lean on the wording here, which is it has to be minor and not serve the purpose. So for me, that would be, does the public really care that somebody's changing out a window because they're going dual pane? The person wants to, and it's the same style window. It's not in a historic building. Probably not. Okay, so I would exempt that. Numbers on a motel, probably not. Anything that I think, the second part, see, I think that's more important than the minor in nature, which is the purpose of the design review process is to allow the citizens of Ojai to have a public process. So almost everything that really requires the public to have input in, they're going to go to design review. That's what they're going to do, in my opinion. That's what they're going to do. So I'm going to have two thresholds, two prongs. I'm going to say, is it something really minor? And is there nothing served by having a public process, by where we're going to have a meeting? Often the Planning Commission will say to me, why am I seeing something that's so small and insignificant? Why? And I tell them that's part of the process, part of the due process, allowing the public to have access to it. So I kind of get it on both ends. I agree also that from a director's point of view, it should be objective enough that this person isn't taking the heat one way or another, because there's always naysayers on either side. So that's what I look at, and so you can see the list of the things that I've done here. And I can go through any of them, and I can give you the justification of why I did it if you want me to give you a couple examples. For instance, replacing the second floor balcony in an R2 zone, that was an apartment building, they were rotted out. They were dangerous, okay? So, he's just replacing what he had there before. What's served by it going to Planning Commission? I mean, anybody's going to say the same. So
it really is more your decision whether to bring it in front of a body. That has a huge impact on your decision.
Mm-hmm, because we don't ever want to cut people out of the process, but we also don't want to be unreasonable. So that's kind of how we work it. But that's all I can really offer as far as looking at each case by case is really what we're doing.
Okay.
And the point I want to make is I mean, I agree with you, but it's also a little bit beside the point.
Mm-hmm.
The point is to have the judgments disclosed.
Mm-hmm.
We need to have the community development director making judgments. Judgments will always be involved. The problem we've gotten into is the judgments haven't been disclosed.
Well, I totally agree with you.
And I think that's the key.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean, that everything, we have to err towards having too much going into design review or err on the point is the judgments. We need the process, we need the structure, not because we don't trust you. It's just the structure, whoever is sitting in that position. The judgments have not been disclosed well. We need to have structural improvement in those judgments being disclosed. I think that's really the issue.
And Mr. Mayor, and it's not directed to any one particular person that may be the community development director, but because there hasn't been the disclosure, and because other community directors have not, in my opinion, looked at it from the same objective standpoint as you may look at it, with no public awareness, mistakes have been made, and serious mistakes have been made. And we need to protect ourselves against that. It may be that there's never one situation where either you're giving an exemption or not giving an exemption that ever has any controversy to it whatsoever. But if all of a sudden you're gone and somebody else comes in, we have to have a process in place to be able to provide some oversight in this.
Mayor.
I would just say that I agree, and that's why my understanding of what just came forth right now is why I wrote the report. My understanding was you wanted me to provide some options. This report is very preliminary. Provide you some options with how can we get feedback from the public without always having to have a public hearing. That's why I suggested the notice. Second phase would be, okay, what can we do to have, the decisions made public? And that's why Rob came up with this suggestion of the 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's tell people what we're going to do. So we're trying to incorporate, and we're listening to what you're saying. I understand, and my apologies, I didn't understand about the not approving. That's the first I heard about that was tonight. I hadn't heard that as a criticism earlier. So I would have put that in here, and I think it's a great idea. We're just trying to, in a preliminary form here, answer what we've heard as criticism. I do think it's really important, and I agree with this, that whatever we do, it gets formalized in some kind of policy so the person that comes after me, whoever that is, or people who are doing it in my absence or whatever occurs, that it's consistent for a long period of time. And you haven't had that consistency from year to year.
No, and I agree. And I was trying to get at more about creating standards, what that really meant. But I really do understand the part with disclosure and how that makes actually more sense in trying to be more transparent with the public and add consistency. So does anybody else have any questions about this? Do we have direction? A quick comment.
I have to admit my focus has been on cultural resources. I was just looking at the administrative report that was prepared on what it says here about noticing its design. The second paragraph on page 3 references, in addition, when a project is required, this would include design review permits, but not director's exemptions. So just point of clarification that this noticing that we're talking about right now is going to, I'm a bit confused. Is it going to apply to something like 1105 that was ministerially approved with a director's exemption?
And could you, yes, please.
It says, but not director's exemption unless modified to require it. This is all just preliminary. We're giving you options. This is not a staff report with recommendations. It's you can do whatever you want. These are suggestions about what other cities do. This is very early on initiating some dialogue. So
this would include an 1105 example. Would it be notice under no, it wouldn't.
Okay, so let's go through this again. Currently, when we're doing a director's exemption, I would let the city manager know that I've got an application in for a director's exemption and I'm going to take action on it. He would let you know. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
If that's the way you want to go with that, then staff's fine with that. If you chose to then elevate it outside the director's exemption, like some folks here in the audience have said tonight, well, we could create a process, an admin hearing process that I could do as a director that would then incorporate all the noticing. What's the advantage to doing that? The advantage to doing that is that, okay, instead of waiting for twice a month to go to planning commission and you're getting in the queue of doing that, and that might delay somebody, we could either craft, noticing that I put it, it's awkward here because the paper only publishes so infrequent, okay? That does kind of dictate when we can have our noticing out in the paper. But there's lots of different ways you could craft this. So these are just examples, and as Joe was saying that, maybe standards are a better way to go. There's lots of different options. But so it is right now, comes down to the fact that if the director's exemption and you're only doing this 1, 2, 3, 4, you guys will hear about it, not necessarily the public. Okay. So unless you change that. And that's all open for discussion, I believe.
Okay.
Well, my preference would be that it be put on the website, people would then be incumbent upon the people that want to look at the website on a regular basis. They'll see it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think having to give notice to 300 feet is the right way to go. If you'll post the property, as you suggested,
Mm-hmm.
and then post it on the website so that everybody has a vantage of looking at it,
Mm-hmm.
and we're looking at it, and if it looks as though it needs to have an administrative hearing, fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I think that it's very important that it be posted on the website. I do not believe you have to have an administrative hearing on every one of them, and I don't think you need to give the 300-foot notice on anything until it elevates itself to it.
Agree.
Okay?
Yeah, Joe.
I think it's kind of like doing a fictitious business name statement. You open a business, you just automatically publish it. So put the information out there. Initially, always.
Any other questions or suggestions, comments from council? No? I do like also posting it on the website. I think that's a great idea, and have people's responsibility. I don't know if it's a pleasure of the council to direct staff that way. Councilmember Haney?
I'm for that. I guess my concern is, we're just discussing this line item right here, right? We're not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because again, my gut says that we get to the cultural aspect of this, we get to the zoning aspect, we got protection of archaeological resources, cultural resources, that we go at each of those at a different time than tonight. That maybe we just identify that this is the one that we've solved, and that we table the other three and bring them up as a future agendized item.
Can I ask indulge for one clarification on that?
Yes.
Given, and I first read today AB 52, and given my reading of AB 52, is there I'd like to know if we could at least perhaps move forward, and I agree with tabling because this is an enormously complicated issue we need to digest, but part of tabling is to get more information. And is there a willingness on the part of the city manager and the community development director to take up the resources that have been offered here by people that have a real vital interest in the issue of the cultural resources in particular, to start having some consultation about how we should look at being consistent with our general plan, which frankly is a lot more activist than we've been doing. How we should look at how we should handle consultation with Native American representatives at the front end of the process. I'm asking as an individual council member whether you could see fit to engage what's been offered here in terms of people that have expertise and knowledge in this, to have a discussion and come back with us with the information for our deliberation.
I mean, the answer is yes, of course we can. The caveat is that we have a heck of a lot on our plate.
I know you do.
We're going to have a discussion at some point of time
I agree.
as to what the council wants us to work on first and what you want us to work on second. But if this is one of the highest priorities, then we can get on it earlier. If there's a reason to do other things first and something in this later.
I'm just looking for an incremental, additional information when we next talk about this. Opening up input to the wider community and interest groups and vital interests to incorporate into this whole matter.
Could they answer the question first, or is it a comment related?
Well, I think that Mr.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of supplements it. And my comment is this: I haven't read the full text of AB 52, so I don't know when the process is triggered. But I think that in Ojai, we should really be moving forward, regardless of what's on AB 52, is that with any new construction, Native American people, and I think that their representatives should be selected by them, should be consulted right at the very beginning of any new construction. And if it appears that it has any cultural or spiritual or whatever impact on that particular project, then I think we have then we look at it as to whether or not we need an archaeologist or whatever. But I think that it would not be that difficult to have the Native American people have 1 or 2 or 3, whatever they select, to review any new project that we have to say whether they think it has any impact on something that is precious to them. Then I think AB 52 has everything that's needed from whenever that triggers in. It sounds like it is to me, and I would hope that Julie and her brother would begin to look at it to see whether, see what they think.
If I could just answer, so I was just going to say that, AB 52 came around late in the year, and on mailing lists, and there's lots of environmental consultants that are willing to help cities with AB 52 because, it's new. And so they're fleshing it out, what that means for city, like anytime there's a new CEQA issue. So, I think that if there's an issue about how the city is to respond to it, that we should really engage one of those firms that's what they do, because obviously if you want to get the law, you want to get it right. I will only say this about consultation with Native Americans is, I often talk with the Native American Heritage Commission up in Sacramento, and it's come up since I've been here in Ojai that people represent that they represent the Chumash, and they've indicated to me that that's not true. You can have Chumash heritage and not be somebody appointed by the Chumash. Everybody has an individual standing. I have talked to Katie, and she's talked to their attorney. I'm in constant consultation with them. So I just want to be careful about having somebody who is speaking as an individual, unless they've been designated by the tribe to be that person, because that's what she's indicated to me. Because I specifically asked, because there are individuals that have represented themselves in public hearings as representing the Chumash, and I have called them and they've talked to their attorneys, and they're saying that's because I don't really know how I would know that. That's the issue. The issue is that I don't know how to vet that. And so they're telling me that's not necessarily true. So I just want to make sure that we're getting the right, proper advice, and I think we really need to go to one of these specific environmental consulting firms that are really working to help cities, just like the telecommunications issue. It's very similar. It's just a different issue that you have to really go to an expert and that knows how to. The city should be applying that to not get sued or not be in violation of it.
Right. And I think you can ferret that out. I mean, if somebody has to be appointed by the tribe, fine. But I don't think that there's anybody that is better capable of knowing the Ojai Valley than Chumash ancestry in the Ojai Valley, whether they've been anointed by, Sacramento or not.
With that, I'm just trying to point out that there might be differences of opinion, and I would just use this as my past experience that there are different opinions about what to do with artifacts, and just as she was saying earlier, that there are many artifacts sitting on the shelf now. So just want to make sure that it may have to be more than one that we consult with.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes. With all due respect to this matter that's before us right now, and I want to express some concerns. It's really late, and there's two things going on. It's really late. The other thing is that we already have a tremendous amount on the staff's plate right now, and I don't want to become so fractured in our focus that we aren't effective. Not that this isn't a matter that should be taken care of as soon as possible, but right now, and maybe Mr. Clark, you could refresh my memory because it's so late, you are going to have a budget coming up that you're having to deal with. We have neighborhood planning that we're doing. We have vacation rentals that we're doing. And I'm certain, some other things that in this late hour I'm forgetting. So my concern is that I don't want to get so spread out on these goals that we don't finish what's already in front of us and do it well before we take on any major tasks. I understand that this new Senate bill is very important and should be brought into the city's policies. I strongly believe that needs to be done. But I really think I would love to have a list of what's on your plate, when it needs to get done, when you anticipate it will be done. Then when that stuff's done, then let's go on to these other things, unless there's something that is so critical that we have the federal government or the state pounding on our door and saying, if you don't do this, we're hauling you off. Then we need to get these things done. We need to get this stuff done. Does this sound reasonable? Do you understand the position? Because, it's very late.
I do think that this plays into the mayor's lead on setting goals. And,
yeah, I do too.
And when we first talked about goals, I gave a list. There were 19 things that you wanted us to work on this time last year and where we were on those. And
Exactly.
I can bring that out again. But I do think we need to be strategic in what we take on and when we take it on.
And with that note, I know it's pretty late. I understand that, but I think this is valuable too. We're going to table it. That was my sense, and that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to go through every item so we could direct staff if we wanted more information or how we wanted to deal with it. And part of the agenda, which I knew I knew it was just a lot. Was a tree ordinance, and I decided to put the goal setting / priority item again to talk about this and see if we could flesh it out. But I think as a council, we also have to take leadership of those projects and probably get a little bit more engaged, like Councilmember Wyrick and Councilmember Clapp has done with the vacation rentals. So we got to start thinking outside the box if we want to tackle. I think this issue is really important. With cultural resources, and if there's something simple that us as councils could direct staff on starting to implement that seems reasonable, we should start doing that, starting with SB 52. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Blatz that I think that our native Shumash here are pretty well knowledgeable about our land. So working with them would be crucial, in my opinion. If we could get a recommendation from Ojai as a council to start that procedure, I think that would be smart for us to do.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
and I agree completely, but I think that maybe to try to attempt to do that tonight may not be very effective, and that we may be better off to come back, get that goal stuff in front of us, get that prioritized, and then see where this fits within that. Because at this late hour, I think that it's not really, it's premature.
Councilmember Wyberg.
I will be very quick. What I'm concerned about is a bit of a chicken and egg problem, where if we, all I'm asking for is a little more, maybe a little enhanced sensitivity to working with the people that have concerns and knowledge in the valley. So, and what I mean by a chicken and egg thing, yes, I'm very sensitive to staff time, but part of what takes up a lot of staff time is not showing advanced sensitivity, not having the right kind of a sense of consultation with interested parties that leads to a lot of angry citizens and a lot of need for extra staff reports to put out the fire in terms of an issue that has blown up in the community. So I'm just asking for a little bit of perhaps common sense where we try to stave off, let's say if a development application comes in that looks like it might be an issue, just do a little preemptive work is all I'm asking for, rather than necessarily doing a lot of formal consultation. I'm just saying it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. We can save staff time by looking ahead rather than always being reactive. That's all I'm saying.
Something if you bear with me just a minute. When I wrote this report, and I admit that, they're just preliminary ideas, the main criticism I'd heard before is the idea of us not adhering to the general plan and the fact that CEQA does not apply to ministerial projects, okay? That was what I thought was the crux of the problem. So I think that there's a missing element to this, that there's the property owner's rights and what they say to us, because, you know, there's always two people pulling at the community development department. What I heard from these people that have come repeatedly over and over and over again is they want CEQA, they don't want CEQA to be the driving force. They want some policy in our zoning ordinance that triggers a phase 1 if you're within some parameters of an ARC site. That's what they've been asking for forever. They want something that then I can say to an owner, you have to do this. Not a courtesy, not maybe, but you have to. That's why this was written this way, not specifically addressing AB 52, but addressing what these folks have been saying for a really long time. They don't want another 1105. They don't want somebody to fall through the cracks because I tell them over and over again, and Joe Fletcher tells them over and over again, or his counterpart tells them, it's ministerial. We gave you the flow chart. You saw that. You all know it's ministerial, then it doesn't trigger CEQA. We've been allowing CEQA to drive the force. They're telling you no more. Put something in the ordinance. The most simple thing is to get something in there that requires a discretionary permit. And as simple as this is, and as how so many people are so critical, the reason it says just require a design review permit for anything within 300 feet, and 300 feet is subjective. You can make it 500, you can make it a quarter of a mile. Just simply adding that line to our design review permit would mean that you would never have another 1105. And that's as simple as that. And I thought that was the simplest way to get these folks what they've been asking for over and over and over again. And then subsequent to that, you can address all the other issues.
We're not going there tonight. Okay? Because that's a proposal that really needs to be analyzed. Remember, I asked you for some information that you're still researching on that. Got to really watch out for unintended. There's a way of targeting things without unintended consequences. All I'm saying is just, my only point was to have some common sense in this interim period while we're trying to work this out. Okay? And I don't want to go there in terms of saying, you know, we're going to put, you know, half the small single-family residences under design review permit for anything they want to do. I don't know the answer to a lot of questions I've been asking. So I'm just saying from a point of, and I really want to, yes, indeed, wind this up. It's just a matter of some common sense right now while we're trying to work through these policy questions.
And I think that's what we were getting at too, was just some common sense, and I think that's what Mayor Pro Tem, yeah. and so we are gonna wrap this up. We are gonna wrap this up, and we'll bring it back, so we'll be able to hash it out a little bit more. But I do want to make sure that we follow through, and probably next meeting, our first agenda will be revisiting that goal setting and priorities and seeing if we could do that, and then we'll see if we could get or I, at least myself, get all this order real quick. So I appreciate it, Pat, and we'll be hearing from you soon. So I really do. Well,
thank you again. I just want to say there's 3 properties that are on the agenda for development that I know that they're in the proximity or on an archaeological site at this time.
All right. Thank you, Pat. So we'll move on. We'll end as a council and then reconvene as a our redevelopment
Madam Mayor,
successor agency.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Roll call
Platt?
or
Yes. Wyrick?
Yes.
Haney? Platt?
Yes.
Laura?
yes.
That was it, huh?
And we're
12, number 12.
number 12, discussion item number 12, staff.
So,
Why don't we wait for people
If
to
you
leave?
yeah, if we could,
if we could please still trying to finish our agenda. Appreciate you guys.
Sure.
You guys could
What-
talk amongst yourself in the the chamber. Thank you, guys.
So, Mr. Livingston will give the report on the ROPS.
Okay, thank you.
A really short one, by the way.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, what we're bringing forward to you is something that you have all been exposed to one degree or another over the last couple of years. There's nothing really different about what we've done. At this point in time, we need to submit our ROPS request for the coming 6 months, and we needed to do that submit that to the state here in the beginning of March. And in order to do that, we need to bring it to council, have the council and the board, the successor agency board, approve this to move forward. We also need to have the oversight board approve that as well. There really are no changes in there from the prior year, virtually no changes. And so we ask that you move forward with this item and just forward it on to the board.
Any questions from staff? I mean, any questions from council to staff?
Yeah.
If
Mr.
not,
Mayor,
then I'll.
I move to approve the ROPS 15-16A for a period of July 1, 2015 through December 31, 2015.
Clap, Wyrick.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Lar.
Yes. Item number 13, successor agency fiscal year 2015-2016 budget.
As part of the preparation for the ROPS, we had to prepare our budget for the coming year a little bit earlier than we will for the rest of the city. The same methodology has been used this year as was used in the prior years in coming up with the budget. The one thing that you may note is that the budgeted amount of expenditures is a bit lower than it was in the prior years. The reason for that is because there's a reduced there's a reduced charge for the overhead that the city charges to the successor agency for the various services that are performed on behalf of the agency. And we believe that the numbers are appropriate at the lower level. And so we request that the agency board approve this budget to be a companion to what we're submitting to the state and to the oversight board in the coming weeks.
Anybody have any questions?
I'm new, so I haven't been here. What ground are we talking about for the ground lease payment?
The ground lease payment, we actually have it's basically the bust of the transit area over by the school district property, and we actually lease that from the school district.
Oh, okay, I understand now.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? No. Entertain a motion.
I'll move that we adopt a resolution for the successor agency budget for the period July 1, 2015 through June 30, 2016.
Second.
Roll call.
Clap.
Yes.
Wyrick.
Aye.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Lar.
Yes. So we'll reconvene as a city council meeting. And any quick reports from our council members? No? No. I just really want to thank Rotary, and I'm not sure if it's your Rotary or a Rotary.
Yeah.
Gave dictionaries, and this is just an example. My daughter came in excited that she got a new dictionary from Rotary. So just want to thank them for doing that. It's awesome. So
We distribute it to all the third graders every year in the Ojai Valley.
she was absolutely excited.
And what's interesting about it, for some of the students, it's the very first book that they've ever owned. So the first thing we do when we give it to them is make sure they write their name in it.
Oh.
So
I have to say it's not
yeah.
the first for her. Though.
No, but it is for a lot of people. It is for a lot of people.
Thank you. Any reports from city manager?
Yeah, I would just really like to thank the gentleman to my right. He's been a joy to work with over this period of time.
I agree.
And from a city manager's perspective, I think we've gotten a really excellent service at a bargain rate. Maybe not a bargain rate, at a very good at a very good rate. And it's because Joe just knows this stuff. Some attorneys, you ask them a question and they've got to go back and research it, and he knows it, and that really benefits the city well. But we've enjoyed working together, and I'm sure our paths will continue to cross. probably tomorrow, you know.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's been
Good
a
luck with your new
pleasure.
endeavor.
You know, when I left full-time service city and wasn't sure what I wanted to do with, I didn't really want to do the law firm thing, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And actually, you know, Scott's wife Julie, who's my longtime friend and assistant, said in her very inevitable way, "You have to go apply for that. Put an RFP in on Ojai. You have to do it." That's what she does. And of course I did it. It was great because I got to spend some time doing what I wanted to do, was just practice municipal law and get back to spending my time with staff. And unfortunately, this was not, where I am now was not what I intended, but it put me on a path because, again, working with the staff, which a great organization as this and a small city as this, very hands-on, it reminded me how much I love doing it and how much I miss doing it full-time. I hope I've demonstrated as you go forward. I'll do my little editorial. I remember I was sitting in the room over here, and former council member, I forget who asked me the question. You're from Orange County, from a big city. How can you know anything about Ojai? And I've told people my answer. The answer was, I've worked for farm cities, urban cities, poor cities, rich cities, big cities, little cities. And no matter what that city is and who makes it up and who's on the council, what they care about is the identity of their community, what makes that city of 380,000 people so special and different and unique. The same conversation about this city of 8,000 people makes so special and unique and different. And hopefully I've demonstrated that you don't have to live in the Ojai Valley or even Ventura County to care deeply about a community and about community service, because that's why I do this, is because, and all of us that are the public service do it, because it's about community service. And you hear a lot of criticism of particularly my colleague to my right about law enforcement officials don't live in the town in which they police. Big issue up in Oakland where I live now, about only 12% of the Oakland Police Department lives in the city of Oakland. And it overlooks the fact that public servants, and I hate that term, we're not servants, we're employees, public service people spend most of their waking hours in the community that they serve, and that is the way you learn about a community. And so it's been a distinct pleasure. I didn't spend nearly as much time at the Ojai Valley Inn as I hoped I was going to get to do. I didn't get a single round of golf in over 3 years. I'm really disappointed about that. But but I can always come back and pay the full rack rate. But it's been a distinct pleasure working with this council, prior councils, and I come away with a lot of very fond memories about the community of Ojai, the city of Ojai, and the Ojai Valley. And I've been telling stories about pixies to people and trying to continue to sell the Ojai story. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to get back doing what I love to do, and that sent me on the path where I am now. But it's because of the pleasure and the honor of working with this organization and these people, and Rob particularly, and Rhonda and everyone who's been here, because it's a great group of people serving a small but very special place.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Chief? No? Any of our directors? I don't see any. Rhonda? Well, meeting adjourned. Thank you.